Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come one, come all to the RedDeathMask stream. We are here today to do more of what we always do, and that is read horror stories. Primarily unpublished, Reddit horror stories. You could call them creepypasta. You could call them published on Reddit. You could call them amateur horror stories, but really, we are here today to support aspiring authors and to check out their stuff and to see what they've got in store for us, the reader. Um, I want to continue to. Well, I want to actually first start off with a giant um resounding thank you to Boots or ckjm on Reddit. I'm going to go to their profile here in a second, but first I'm going to go to my YouTube channel. I hope this will show me the big picture. Oh yeah, no, it's going to have me try to edit it, but anyways, you guys see it all. It's in the video thumbnail. And yeah, basically, I want to at least view it on my channel. They did this artwork for me. They're super duper talented. Really awesome. They took my my idea of just like kind of the traditional comedy and tragedy masks. I forget exactly what they're called, but like Shakespearean whatever drama masks, and did their own awesome twist on it, and they're a super cool amazing artists here. Let's go to their channel now, and today, as a thank you to them, we will be starting with their It's All in Your Head part 2 short story. We read part 1 on a previous stream. And so yeah, we're gonna start off by reading their story, by just as a thank you to them for creating this awesome channel art for me. I really appreciate it. I really enjoyed collaborating, like talking about it, and yeah, it's just super cool that they took the time to do that for me. For free. I didn't pay them anything, although I wish I could pay them something. I wish I had more money, because if I did, I would definitely give them some of it. But yeah, they're an amazing artist. We're gonna be reading. They did this really cool art for their story too, which I mean, obviously creepy as fuck. I love the legs. What's my favorite part about this picture? I mean, there's a lot of shit in it that's really cool, but one of my favorite parts is scrolling down, because like right here you're like, oh my god, the head is so fucked up, and like what's this umbilical cord, and this creepy moth creature whatever is doing, and then you just go and what's this, oh my god, there's another, and it's got these creepy antenna claw feet. I love it. I think it's super super clever and just an awesome artwork. So, check out their Ko-Fi, read their stories, check out their other art. There's a way to tip them, if you like their stories. I happen to really like a lot of their stories. So, follow them on Ko-Fi, support them. They do a lot of really cool art too. They do all the art for all their stories. It's just really cool, black and white and red. I love this one, The Man Under the Bridge. Yeah, just super talented. Yeah, thank you so much to them. I appreciate you, Boots. I look forward to getting into part 2. If you remember, part 1 of this story is about it centers around an EMT like mental health professional who responds to all these like homeless shelters and all these calls where people are, having like mental health crises and stuff. And basically, there's a woman who there's like multiple homeless people bodies have been turning up, but there was a woman at the shelter, I believe her name was Laura, that was like kind of like the mom of the shelter. She was a resident there, but she was like the homeless person who was kind of took care of some of the other homeless people. And um we learned about how she lived in, like, she had this little fort in the park for a while, and there was this like creature thing living with her. And we essentially come to find out that whatever this creature was that was, living with her or near her, it could like shapeshift and kind of take, like, wear people's skin, or uh masquerade as people. But we sorry, I'm trying to remember the story. I don't really remember, but anyways, we kind of ended with she had been killed, but like we kind of got a backstory that led us to believe that maybe she was the first person to kind of interact with this monster that's like hunting the homeless, the disenfranchised population of the city. um Super cool, super inspiring. I love their artwork, I love their stories. So I'm just really excited today to get into it. But that's just going to be the first story that we're reading. Then we're going to be reading My German Nightmare from alive underscore development 108. And then we're going to do My Distant Uncle Left Me an Observatory in His Will. I Wish I Never Looked Through the Telescope. And Otherwise Job 9399 is that Reddit user. Then we're going to be reading March from Castaway 029. Some of these are real short. I think this one's just like 3 paragraphs, but that's fine. I like to mix it up between long and short stories. And then last but not least, we have Tour of the Dead from Edge of the Page. So we got a full docket here. We got we got a lot of cool stuff to read. But yeah, I just wanna say thank you again to all these authors. Gave me permission to read their stories. They posted on this Reddit post here that I made. And yeah, a lot of people posted it on it. A lot of the stories I've already read, but I still have to get to a lot. And I made myself a nice little like Google document, so I have them all kind of compiled, and can work my way through it. And so hopefully that way I don't miss anybody. So yeah, but again, thank you to everyone who gave me permission and submitted their stories. I'm super always inspired by these authors. And then also I got inspired because me and Boots were talking about the like the artwork that they did for my channel and the design. And yesterday we were doing a little like painting thing at my house, just with my fiance and one of my extended family members, her cousin. Oh shit! And of course I just fucking dropped it. But so this is what I painted. I did my own rendition of the comedy and tragedy mask, and I think it came out pretty good. I like it. The main thing was I didn't want to just use red. I wanted to use some kind of other favorite colors, kind of this like neon or Smurf blue. And so yeah, that's what I painted, and I think it turned out pretty good. I'm clearly no master artist, but I had a lot of fun doing it, and my reason for bringing it up is not to do a show and tell, or a little art class. My reason for bringing it up is more that if you're a creative person, like say you're a writer, but you're going through a hard time, or you're having writer's block, or you don't know um, what you want to write about, what you want to, or maybe you've just been writing a lot lately, and you feel like you just want to keep going, but you're also feeling yourself kind of getting burnt out, or you're not having fun writing, because writing should be enjoyable too. So I would recommend that you take a little bit of a break, and you can always try doing something else creative. Um, that you can try painting a picture, drawing a picture, writing a song, writing a poem, doing something different that can still stimulate your drive to create, while also not having you put the pressure all on, well, I gotta finish this story, I gotta make it the best thing I've ever written, because that can be very, counterproductive to just creativity and art in general. And so I'm a big like advocate of creative outlets. Like, I think everyone should have creative outlets, whether that's like playing an instrument, whether that's wood carving. I recently got a little wood carving set too. I've only used it like once or twice, but hopefully I'll keep doing that more too. I'm a big advocate that people have multiple creative outlets. I think that's one of the problems in the world today, is that a lot of people don't have healthy ways to express themselves, and so they choose unhealthy ways, or they choose ranting online, or even live streaming to a certain extent. I would argue is can be an unhealthy way of self expression, especially when you're doing it all the time and just airing out, all your thoughts, or you're, hyper focusing on certain things. It's like that can be unhealthy too for you. So I think it's important for people to just, yeah, not necessarily try new things, uh, but do something different. That if you're a creative person, that still scratches that creative itch. You know what I mean? Um, and you would be surprised at when you're bored, or like you can't write, for whatever reason you can't get your journal or your phone out and write, but you have to do so. You'd be surprised at what you can entertain yourself with, or what you can find, to do with just the shit that's around you. You know what I mean? Or with you know like, I know a lot of people really like gardening, for instance. Like, they're like, yeah, I go out and I just weed my garden, and it makes it, really relaxes me. It they're not even necessarily planting anything, they're just like, making their flower beds look nice. And for some people, that, and I think that has creativity is a part of it too. So yeah, so that's just my little spiel here at the beginning. Howdy, Jacob Greenway. Thank you for joining in, man. Um, but yeah, learning something new, absolutely. But yeah, without too much further ado, let's get into All in Your Head Part Two. Jacob, are you one of the authors here today? Are you tuning in because you submitted a story, or are you just somebody here to read some spooky stories with us? I just always like to know if I have an author in the chat, and what their story is. So yeah, let me know. Let me know in the chat, and here, let's get a little bit of mood music playing, and then I'm gonna listen on my phone too to make sure the music isn't too loud. That's the other thing, is like, it might not be too loud, but if it's too loud with my voice. Test, test, test. Oh, maybe. Okay, you're staying mysterious. I like it. Good to know. Good to know. I love a hint of mystery in the evening. Loud. Is it too loud? That is the question, right? Alright, well, as far as I can tell, the music. We're gonna turn it down a little bit more, which sucks because then I can really not even hear it in my headphones, but that's okay. It's for you guys, it's not for me. It's All in Your Head, Part 2 short story by ckjm Boots. Junkie, March 24th to May 18th. There's bold thugs, but there's never old thugs. Adam's father spoke with a sneer as he drove two knuckles into the boy's sternum with a sharp prod. Damn. That is some tough love. Adam could still picture that day clearly, even now at 54. His father had been a bold thug, warning his son not to stray on the same path. Adam frowned a little deeper, remembering his dad never lived to see 30. Hell, he never lived to see 26. His life cut short in a turf war by a barrage of bullets, one tearing through his father's brain matter and the other biting deeply into Adam's shoulder at the tender age of 9 while the pair were at home. When the hailstorm ended moments after starting, Adam sobbed and cried for his father, clinging desperately to consciousness as he rolled over to see his father's empty face. Only a small bit of syrupy blood visible against his father's messy, dark hair and a crimson tear from his swollen eye. The boy's whimpering faded, and his father's lifeless expression seared into his memory against the backdrop of the arid Los Angeles Section 8 ghetto. Adam rubbed his shoulder in response to phantom pain, sighing as he wondered what his father would think of him now in his younger days. What his father would think of him now. In his younger days, Adam had worked odd jobs in construction. It was fast and decent money at the time, and between that he moved lesser drugs and gambled, the sour smell of cigarettes and hangovers ever present on his unkept attire and breath. He loved pills when he could get them, but his age advanced. But as his age advanced, he increasingly found himself settling for heroin or fent when he couldn't fight for the good stuff. But he wasn't a junkie, he convinced himself. He regularly sported a black eye or a fat lip. And that was true even in present days. He was getting too old for this shit. And in thug years, he was ancient. Very true. Very true for like addicts and just people who live on the street. And that's why like someone who's been homeless for a few years is like, especially if they're an older person, they're seen as like you know, well, in street years, you know, you've been on like, because they've lasted so long. And you know, that's something I think a lot of people don't think about, but the amount of life experience somebody has who has lived on the street for, you know, 10, 20, 30 years is pretty impressive, you know, like pretty crazy to think about how society doesn't like value their, you know, what intelligence they have or the experience that they have, but like that person knows how to survive anywhere. In any city they can survive, you know what I mean? And I think that is impressive, you know what I mean? He had settled down at one point with a homely woman named Josepha or Josepha. I really don't know that name, or I at least don't know how to pronounce it. Josepha. Okay, music is still a little loud. Thank you, Jacob. We're gonna do it to there. Well, and it's hard because this is a new. I'm using the same artist as last time, but this is a different one. So if it becomes too bothersome, we can just switch it to crank it up, crank the music up, John B says. Is that John Blanc? Well, we're reading horror stories, so we don't want the music too loud. Okay. He settled down at one point with a homely woman named Josepha. Perfect, okay. And had a few... Okay, sorry. Well, I didn't know, you know. Sorry, John B, my bad. This is the first time anyone who I know from outside the internet has been on one of my streams, so I don't know the protocol, okay? But I appreciate you stopping by, buddy. He was ancient. He had settled down at one point with the homely woman named Josepha and had a few pups of his own, but he never had the opportunity. Love you too, buddy. Miss you. Mwah. Um, where were we at? But he never had the opportunity to poke his firm fingers into their chest like his father had to him, because he returned to the concrete jungle before they were old enough to learn that lesson. Never learning that lesson himself, he held a grudge to the gang that took his father, but had refused allegiance to the opposing side as well. One day he gulped grain alcohol and sulked, feeling emboldened to make his enemy's day as unpleasant as they had made his so many years ago. The sound of shattering glass was much louder than Adam had intended, but his inebriation left him too confident and too foolish. He used another brick to remove the remaining shards of the window. The store he broke into was a front, but at least he knew that night he chose was a rare evening, that his old nemesis was mostly occupied. They were still downstairs, but the music they played would be too loud to hear the glass, and the air would be too thick with tar smoke and drugs to guide any coherent worry, he assured himself. Undoubtedly, he was being reckless. He took one last gulp, smashed the bottle against a rickety bookshelf, and threw the match into the pool of bitter alcohol after he lit up the last menthol in his pocket. The blaze quickly grabbed purchase on the light fuels of the shelf and spread to the raggedy curtains near the window. Now they licked against the ceiling until they fully spilled up and smoke began to pour into the room. Adam discarded the empty case of cigarettes into the growing fire, eyes flickering with embers, and stumbled back towards his entry point. He mistook the first bullet for a bee whirring by his head, and he let gravity do the rest of his escape through the shattered window. He rolled on the ground and patted his ear, shocked to see blood. Briefly, the memory of his father flashed behind his eyes, and his heart raced. He clumsily pushed himself up and ran in whatever direction his body wanted to go. No bees, he thought. Wasps. The inferno was really going now, and people poured from the derelict shop exactly as hornets do to protect their brood. Another buzz followed by the ping of a bullet ricocheting off of a rundown explorer a few paces beside him. A third buzz, but this one found its mark in Adam's buttocks. He yelped and fell forward, thrashing like a wounded horse on the racetrack and hurling profanities. But adrenaline urged him forward, and he rolled under another car for temporary haven. He survived that night. The bullet rested in the fat of his ass. He tended the wound on his own. See, and we've already read a full part 2, but this story is amazing because it does this where it gives us these little... Here, sorry, I'm actually going to pause the music real quick because I'm going to talk for longer than a second. We get these little vignettes, right, of these homeless people's like lives, these destitute people, and we're gonna eventually see like maybe this injury led him across paths with our narrator or our main character. We don't know, or maybe like she's gonna find his body. That's another thing that can happen too. But this, in my opinion, which to a lot of people's credit, a lot of people aren't writing short stories on like creepcast or creepcast submissions. They're writing, the beginnings of novels. They're getting their ideas out there and then they're refining them, and that's great. That's like fine. But in my opinion, not every short story needs to have a person getting shot in it multiple times. Like that's not what I'm saying. But do you see how we were instantly with this story, we were instantly immersed in a person's life, and in a scene we get a sense for their uh the hard life that they've had, and that their father, beat this idea of there ain't no old whatever it was, thugs kind of thing. And we instantly, see that like his father was Adam's father was murdered in front of him as a young kid. And that's already a horrific scene enough. And then in years later, in retaliation, he uh lights this store on fire. I assume this is like the gang that he believes gunned down his father, and so he views it as like, in his drunken stupor, he's finally gonna get payback. And just already with this scene of him, drinking the grain alcohol and then lighting it up, which kudos to for Boots. There's so often in stories where they're like, they poured vodka or they poured, and it's like, not all a lot of people just assume that any hard alcohol can burn, and it's like, yes, alcohol is flammable, but it needs to be in, high enough concentrations to actually like light. And so I like that he's just drinking pure like Everclear, which, I mean, I don't even know why Everclear needs to exist, but people do buy it and you can get it, and it's, 180 proof or whatever it is. It's basically just pure alcohol, and people drink it. It's crazy. I've drinking it before. Back when I did drink, and it's like fucking drinking hand sanitizer. It's not good for you. But I like this kind of scene, right, of him just in this drunken stupor, overconfident, being like, they're not gonna hear shit, and like, sup, Swagum, thank you for stopping by, my friend. We are reading part 2 of It's All in Your Head by from ckjm, aka Boots. And yeah, this story, and this is a part 2, but the first part was like this too, where the story just starts with like a scene that really pulls you in. And I think that's something that maybe a lot of short stories do it, or maybe they don't, don't on Reddit. Maybe they want to take some time to get to the horror, they want to build the suspense. But for me, I really like it. Yeah, I think it's more of just an aesthetic thing. I don't think, I think it's fine if your story just starts off with like a normal person in their everyday life and then gets to some sort of crazy horror point. But for me, I love when a story throws me in the deep end, when I'm trying to figure out a character as they're going through something, rather than hearing like a few paragraphs about what type of person they are and then getting into what's going on. Like, for me, it's almost more fun getting this sort of like flyby scene and just slowly, and we didn't get that fully. Like, it did talk about Adam's past, but I just love that the story starts us at this moment of real, I don't know what you would call it, like crime horror, you know what I mean? Like real And it's not that it's like this guy's a murderer out to murder people. He's a sad alcoholic junkie, as the story calls him. Um, who has this resentment, right? His father was murdered in front of him, and that's just been building inside of him for years and growing and festering, and then eventually one night in a drunken whatever blind fit, he's like I'm gonna settle the score. And I just think that's like such a fun place to start this part two of the story. But what a fun like just heart palpitating, heart racing way to start a story. There's shit going on. There's stakes. He did get shot again. He got shot as a kid, and then he got shot again. And I just think that's awesome. So I think, for me personally, I'm like, I love that shit. I love when a story throws you in the deep end. So anyways, I'll quit. I'll get back to the story, but I think it's worth bringing up because I think there's a lot of stories that I've read where it takes some time to get there. So he rolled under another car for temporary haven. He survived that night. The bullet rested in the fat of his ass. He tended the wound on his own, keeping his head down as not to draw attention, and placed him there that night as the inebriated arsonist. Who would suspect a worn-out 54-year-old gangbanger anyways? He thought of his escape. Yeah, exactly. And that too. Exactly, Swagum. It's still holding back the supernatural horror, right? So it's like it's still building the suspense of that, but it's not waiting to shock us, you know what I mean? It does that from the outset, right? And I like the idea too of this drunk person. And I mean, movies do it a lot where they have like the drunk person off in the woods and that's when the monster gets them or whatever. But as a way for just like a person to get shot, you're like, it makes sense that they're drunk, like, that they're drunk, so they're not like really afraid, or they're not like looking around to see if anyone's gonna get up. It's like, they're literally inebriated, so they're not worried about it, and it just goes to show that, usually if it's a good idea when you're drunk, usually it's not as good of an idea as you think it is, when you're drunk. He thought of his escape. Okay. You got family up there? The social worker spoke flatly, keyboard clicking behind her vacant words and exaggerated fake nails. Yes, ma'am, Adam lied sheepishly. She was silent, sternly reading her screen. Well, if you test negative, you can leave tomorrow. Corona is overwhelming the shelters here. The ones up there seem to be keeping it at bay. I guess it's a good idea to leave. She paused to glare at him. Go see the medic for a test, then I'll get you on the plane. A couple days later, Adam sat in the center of his cot at the congregate shelter far from the streets he knew. with shoulders slouched and eyes low, body trembling and sweating. Andrea plodded toward him. "You're a new face," she spoke with a touch of questioning, hoping for a free response. Okay, so I see now a little bit more happened. So we got some hints in the first part of this story that this was during Corona. There was talk of people in masks and overcrowding being an issue in shelters and stuff. So, but what this guy did, which again is very smart, and you got to think, if you're a homeless person, and especially if he was in LA, that's got to be really hard for a homeless person to leave LA, because not only do they have the weather to count on, but he's known those streets his whole life, and so to move to go to a new place, he's got to be pretty scared, or the situation got to be pretty bad. And so because he got shot and those people he got caught like setting that place on fire and they were shooting at him and shit, I could see how, in order to avoid maybe going to prison, but also just avoid retaliation, he's like, maybe I should get on a plane and go be homeless in a new city for a while. And so that's what he did. And I don't know for sure how much this happened, but I do remember hearing about this where I don't think maybe they were flying people out of LA, but I know they were definitely like busing people to suburbs, and suburbs were opening up, hotels and shelters and places for homeless people. But what an interesting way to have a fish out of water in a story. I think that's really clever too, because now we have Andrea, who I believe I'm pretty sure is our narrator, but then we have this character of Adam, which she knows all the homeless people, right? Because she sees them every day, she works with them. But then in the midst of this, we have a new face who's popping up. And I just think that's such a cool narrative device, such a cool way to introduce this character to this story. He was silent. "I know I'm in uniform, but I'm not out to get you," she started, watching him try to steady the shakes. "When did you start withdrawals?" "I'm not a junkie." His Hispanic accent was always sharpest when he was offended. I'm gonna maybe try to do a little bit of an accent, but I'm just warning right now that I do my best with the voice acting and the characters, but I also I'm not a junkie, sort of thing. His accent was always sharpest when he was offended. Andrea's expressions spoke more than anything she could say as she shot him an incredulous scowl. Adam's eyes darted with guilt. "This is day 2 or 3, he spoke quietly, barely above a murmur. She stopped to meet his height and held out a hand. Adam lifted his to hers, shaking, and she wrapped her cool fingertips around his wrist to feel his pulse. It was fast, a bit weak, but still strong enough to be acceptable. "Are they getting worse?" Yeah, I need to do a woman's voice. "Are they getting worse?" "They stayed the same for about a day," he whispered. "Okay, if they get worse, you need medical attention." She gently tucked his hand into his lap, and her eyes were wrought with concern. "Yes, ma'am." Adam eased a bit. "This isn't the first time I've done this. I know what to expect." She nodded and pulled a couple ginger candies from her pocket. These might take the edge off the nausea, she said with a smile. She also handed him her card, assuring him that even though it said PD, that she was more concerned about seeing him survive his detox. By day 4, Adam felt like dying. His clothes were drenched and he reeked of sour body odor. He knew how quickly a hit would ease his discomfort, but he was too old for this. He had to change once and for all. Just another week or two, he assured himself. And it'd all be water under the bridge. Just another week or two. Old man, come get some fresh air, Nub spoke quietly. He was a soft-spoken young man whose expression rarely showed anything but sorrow. Adam winced at the intrusion, but the kid was right. He rolled forward and reached out his hand to Nubs for support to stand. Nubs obeyed, stretching forward what was left of his hand. Adam frowned, looking at the limb. Only a scarred lump remained. He then looked at Nubs' face and gestured the boy's hand away, standing on his own with a groan. Nubs led Adam to the den just beyond the congregate shelter, where Virgil sat against a wall, smiling dumbly into the brisk night. Adam's voice and body protested the effort to sit on the ground. He placed himself beside Virgil, and Nubs joined quietly too. They passed brief introductions. Virgil, a chubby man roughly the same age as Adam, saw Nubs as a son. Nubs had joined the streets a few years prior after losing his entire family to a tragic accident. The lights in his eyes snuffed with the passing of his dear sister and mother. His fingers followed with frostbite. Much like Adam, Virgil had tried sobriety, succeeded, and relapsed. And partly that was out of fear for Nubs. He didn't want the kid to be alone again. So Nubs and Virgil wandered the streets together, inebriated or high depending on the day, each other serving as the closest thing to family that either would ever have again. Oh my God, so beautiful. I wish I could cry, but it's the name like Nubs and shit that's still making me laugh slightly, which is totally realistic that he doesn't have, he has a nub, doesn't have fingers or a hand, but that would be a street nickname for somebody like that. But like, that's so beautiful. And we've heard of these, there, like, I think we even heard a version of it in the last story with or the first part of this story, where we have these characters that like act as like the street mom or the whatever. And with Virgil and Nubs, like Virgil maybe like an uncle, maybe like a father to him, but it's also that Nubs' story is so tragic, right? And so part of Virgil wanting to get sober is like, or part of the reason he can't is because he feels like he's abandoning Nubs. And of course that's no excuse, and it's like, well, obviously he could get sober and then like, he could get Nubs off the street too. It's like there's so many better choices, right? But like, addiction's gonna make that choice for you there, but my point is that that's how addiction will use your empathy against you. You know what I mean? It will use your desire for compassion and human connection. It'll use that against you. It'll make him feel like survivor's guilt if he is getting sober. It will make him if he's spending time in a warm bed, he'll be like, I wonder where Nubs is sleeping tonight, kind of thing, and because these two, have lived on the streets together and would drink and get high together, it's like, in many ways, like, that person feels like the closest family he's ever had, right? Because they've been down at their worst together, and so it's one thing to leave all your family in the suburbs and go live on the streets, and I've never lived on the streets, so I can't, I'm not speaking from experience, but like, I'm like, it's one thing to leave them behind, or whatever, because you're like, oh, well, they don't want to see me like this or whatever. But then to abandon your street family is like, well, they're anywhere, they're on the street, so it's literally like, whether or not you move to a new city or whatever, it's like, they're gonna be around, or you're gonna see their face on any homeless person you pass, you know what I mean? And so that's kind of what I mean by, like, not only is this relationship so heartbreakingly beautiful, but it's also it's so telling how, like, misery loves company, and just how they have to kind of stay together to survive, but then also staying together is also killing them, because their addiction and just living on the streets will kill you after a certain amount of time, Nubs pawed at the plastic lid of some shit liquor, struggling to twist the cap without fingers. Give it here, kid, Virgil demanded, half teasing, half complaining at Nubs' speed, or lack thereof. Virgil spun the cap like a top, sending it bouncing across the ground before he took a generous swig and laughed, his honking humor sounding like a clown's toy horn. Nubs smiled silently with a closed mouth, his eyes brightening slightly. Adam was observing, trying not to draw attention to his weakened and sickly state. He collapsed his hands tightly together in his lap. They'll give you clean clothes if you ask, haha, Virgil laughed. Virgil fished clumsily in his pocket, revealing a filthy bubble and a lighter. He struck the lighter a few times before it finally sustained a flame, and he held it to the brown glass pipe. Tendrils of smoke started to slither from the narrow chamber, and he inhaled deeply, relishing the false warmth it brought and ignoring the bite in his lungs. He nonchalantly held the object to Adam. Oh no. Adam stoutly declined, nervously looking to Virgil and then to Nubs, and then to his potential exit. In the distance, he noticed a tall figure. It's shit dope. Weak, Virgil reassured. It'll take the edge off those shakes. Wean you off like you're supposed to, ha. No, Adam stammered, looking back at his exit. I've done this before. Cold turkey is best for me. Relax, pendejo. Haha, Virgil teased, exaggerating the pronunciation to make light that Adam was a minority amongst minorities, and he broke into a loud honking laughter. Nubs joining it. or Nubs joining him. Adam smiled and cautiously took the bubble, rolling the bulbous end between his fingers. He too struggled to light it, but eventually the flame took and the noxious wisps of smoke began to form as the dark sludge boiled. He held it to his mouth and inhaled deeply. When he noticed the tall man was closer and his details somewhat apparent. His face was long and drooping, his hair unkempt, and he moved in small, rigid motions. He looked wet. His skin clung to him like cling wrap. Adam wanted to protest the sight, but he felt his body relax with the familiar invite of his fix. He watched the tall, sagging man cock his head inquisitively towards them, as if studying them. Virgil's laugh overpowered every other sound in the blissful haze, and soon Adam paid no more attention. The hangover the next morning was worse. Adam wasn't surprised. He knew better. It always bit harder when it returned if you faltered. He watched steam billow off his nearly translucent coffee. It had been diluted by staff to stretch the pot. He wrapped his bony fingers around the white paper cup and frowned, knowing that the shakes had returned, but if he focused, he could still calm them briefly. He wasn't the only one staring blankly in the cafeteria. Staff played the only available DVD, and a few vacant, dirty faces watched the flatly narrated nature documentary about insects. Oh shit. Now we're getting educated on our monster. That's fun. And it's also funny because it's like, in this situation, you would watch it intently because he's, having withdrawals and stuff like that. It's like he would pay attention to this insect documentary like his life depended on it, if only to distract him from how shitty he's feeling. And I also believe that, in this shelter, it's like they might only have like a PBS DVD or whatever about insects. They'd be like, we want to watch Rush Hour, and they're like, too bad, you gotta watch insects. We don't have Rush Hour, Documentary about insects. A fat caterpillar, swollen with larvae of a parasitic wasp visible beneath its flesh, uneventfully crawled across a branch, and Adam's stomach churned at the thought. He gagged briefly, overtaken by lightheadedness, and he flinched, splashing the hot fluid across his lap. He stumbled to the bathroom, and the staff provided him with a dry, clean pair of pants. Inside, he clutched the sink, trying to get a grip on himself. The shakes were getting worse rapidly, and his want for a fix was too. Just another week or two, he thought. Cupped water into his hands, watching ripples form as his muscles twitched beyond his control. He held the water on his face, letting it wash across him as his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, the tall figure stood in the threshold of the open maintenance closet in the men's restroom. It was normally secured and locked, but it was open this time, and Adam hadn't initially noticed. It spun around, revealing the now empty maw of the He spun around, revealing the now empty maw of the closet, and took a few steps closer. He clenched his fist, adrenaline masking his previous pallor. The incandescent bulb couldn't penetrate the windowless chamber of that small, dank place. Like a curtain, the shadows ceased at the door itself, and Adam listened to the echoing of his heart and errant leaky plumbing. He willed himself another step forward, pupils wide, and the stench of ammonia and rancid water grew stronger. There was something in there. He could hear it squelching in the shadows just below, an audible sound. He could hear it squelching in the shadows just below, an audible sound, and he could feel its wet, glossy eyes watching him back. Something predatory in the murk, with a droning grumble like endless, battering waves. The bathroom door swung open. "Pendejo! Ha ha!" Virgil honked. Adam clutched his chest in a panic and rolled his eyes to see Virgil, briefly glancing back to the closet. The sense of dread he previously felt had lifted. He chalked it up. Is that how you spell chalked? I thought it was like AL, but I might be wrong. I'm a bad speller, so and he chalked it up to withdrawals. Virgil, Adam started, never smiling in return. "Who's dealing out here?" "Well, haha." Virgil's voice was laced with nervousness. He may have partaken in the garbage himself from time to time, but he never liked to see anyone else actually need it. "That'd be Peter. His girls usually push it for him, don't often deal directly with him. He's the only one with something still. Ever since the pigs doubled down," he spoke solemnly. "Adam, he's a dangerous man." The rain finally lit up, but it hadn't stopped completely. Steadily falling in lazy drops, the ground was saturated and the puddles overflowed. Every low pocket in the earth was full, and the asphalt glistened like dark ice. Adam threw his hood over his face and hung his head low, trotting in the puddles while he loathed his worn-out sneakers in the dampness. A man swayed beside a boarded shop as Adam approached. He fought gravity, unaware of Adam's presence, and quickly lost to the force of physics. He rolled in a deep puddle, splashing Adam as he fell. Adam cursed the man under his breath. The man thrashed in the puddle. It was particularly deep in the neglected sidewalk. He couldn't right himself and choked, pulling mouthfuls of water into his lungs, and triggered a heavy coughing fit that evolved into gagging, and eventually he emptied the contents of his stomach into the puddle, still fighting not to drown. In his blitz state, chunks of pasta and desiccated tomato skins floated in the still oily water as he fell face first again into the puddle, exhausted and surrendering. Adam grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back, wincing to see his pinpoint pupils and drifting eyes. This could be his future, he thought. He shoved the man against the store front and rolled his head back to ease his breathing. He'd be fine. In the eaves In the eaves of a convenience store next to the abandoned shop, a young Filipino woman watched the ordeal. She wore a skirt too short to be practical, with thick makeup, dreading the rain ruining her mask. Her legs were marked in goosebumps in the chill. Beneath the cheap foundation and hastily applied eyeliner, her face was thick with sorrow. She was easily young enough to be Adam's kid. Most would have let him drown. How brave of you, she smirked as he approached her. My place is just around the corner. No, Adam interrupted. I don't want you. I just want to fix. Fine, she hissed, and her expression changed to a scowl. She pulled her phone from under her breast, her red fingernails briefly clacking on the screen as she typed. He'll be right here. I don't have any today. Go over there. He gestured to the other side of the store's exterior. Adam sauntered quietly over to the proud structural beam and tucked his head down, waiting seemingly for ages. Every person that walked their way, he looked to the girl, and she shook her head no. But eventually, a white man in a worn hoodie, blue jeans, and tacky cowboy boots slowly strolled towards them. Adam glanced towards her, and her silent nervousness affirmed his unasked question. Peter wasn't anything elaborate. Hidden beneath the baggy garment, he hid lean, average muscles and a mess of sunborn freckles. His hair was slightly thinning, and he hadn't shaved today. He wore a polite, disarming expression that only cracked when he knew he had the upper hand, or if you knew to look for the malice hidden in the corner of his eyes. He wore a polite, disarming expression that only cracked when he knew he had the upper hand, or if he knew to look for the malice hidden. Or if you knew to look for the malice hidden in the corner of his eyes and the dilation of his pupils. He had savagely hungry eyes, but to the untrained observer, he could dull their spark on a whim. He hid in plain sight. The Filipino woman kept her head low and her chest open, hoping the submissive, flirty posture would disarm his unpredictable power. Adam couldn't hear them speak, but even from a distance he could see something had gone wrong. Peter's posture changed, and he grabbed her arm with a purposeful jab, pulling her to the alley. Adam waited until they rounded the corner before he followed. Who the fuck is that? Peter hissed. A client, she stammered. He wanted... Before she could finish, Peter rose his hand and struck her hard across the face with his knuckles, knocking her to the ground. You dumb bitch. The pigs are too hot right now. I told you this. What did I say? What did I say? He said, grabbing her and swinging her into the wall. No one knew, she panted, a small line of blood forming on her lip. She gone. Anyways, doesn't matter. She gone. Ease up on her. Adam interrupted. I just want some dope. Listen, if I was a rat, would I shake this bad? And he held his hands in front for a while as his limbs trembled. Who the fuck are you? Peter dropped the woman and turned to face him. I'm an old addict. He moved his hands to gesture peace. I just want to fix. Before he could finish, stars erupted in his gaze as Peter threw a punch into his face. Crimson erupted from Adam's nose. He tried to crawl away, but Peter's hook kick knocked the wind out of Adam's lungs. This is a typo right here. Lungst. But yeah, that's fine. Knocked the wind out of Adam's lungs. Adam desperately tried to reach the exposure of the open street rather than the secrets of the alley. In his stunned state, Adam crawled away like a dog while Peter relaxed his posture, circling his prey. Adam thought how once upon a time he would have given a man like Peter a run for his money. Before Adam could react again to his approaching threat, Peter placed his foot firmly between Adam's shoulder blades and brought Adam flat to the earth, plunging him into the puddle of detritus oil vomit. That is such good. Is there a word for, because it's not quite body horror, but it's like icky, gross horror, you know? But Boots is very good at that, especially in this story. In part 1, there was multiple, I don't even know what to call it. It's like garbage horror, you know? I want to know if there's a specific, like, phrase or word that means, like, that type of whatever, where it's like, yeah, it's like trap house horror, you know what I mean? It's like, it can be like shit or piss, but it's also crackhead and meth head and the oil on the streets and the fast food wrappers mixed with fucking other garbage, you know? Plunging him into the puddle of detritus, oil, and vomit. Adam jerked his face and sputtered, gasping to clear the water from his airway, but Peter grabbed him by his hair and drove his face into the water again. Adam thought for a fleeting moment how undignified it was to drown in vomit, but how much worse that fate felt when he knew it wasn't his own. His mind wondered if he felt something brush against his cheek, a piece of hastily chewed and partially digested food floating in the puddle. Old thugs, Adam thought as his vision grew dark, remembering his father's warning and loathing his own legacy now. But before Adam lost consciousness, Peter pulled him out of the water, throwing him on his back at the feet of the snoring man nearby. Adam gasped and choked, desperate for air, but in one final insult to the old man, Peter again brought down his foot, plunging the heel of his thick boot with all his force into Adam's hip with a crunch and fracturing sweeping arch of Adam's pelvis. Adam shrieked. Peter breathed heavily for a moment and smiled, readjusting his pants when he heard sirens in the distance. The sky opened up again, washing the freshly flowing blood from Adam's nose. The woman had fled, and the store had locked its doors in response to the fight. But Adam heard slowly plodding footsteps above the rain. He warily blinked his eyes open, half expecting to see Peter there ready to finish the job. Instead, there stood a tall man with a drooping face and a rancid left eye. His other eye was cold and distant, his body as soaked as if he had also been rolling in the putrid puddle himself. He moved his head back and forth in curiosity, in observation, twitching briefly like a cat's skin before pouncing. With An open palm, the tall man reached for Adam, wrapping his long fingers around Adam's ankle and pulled, dragging him towards the alley. Adam kicked weakly and cursed. The man hissed. A PD cruiser rounded the corner, and the man released Adam, quietly disappearing into the wet alley as quickly as he had appeared, and Adam's vision faded. Andrea helped walk an old woman into the ER. She probably needs sutures, she spoke factually to the nurse, reaching for a warm blanket for the frail soul beside her. We'll get her patched up and let her warm up for a while, the nurse assured. She was ready to leave when she caught the familiar face in a neglected corner of the wing. Adam? She spoke inquisitively. You practically just got here. He exhaled a weak chortle. What's the damage? Aside from the obvious? He exhaled a weak chortle. What's the damage? Aside from the obvious? He retorted, opening his less swollen eye to see her broken hip. God, I'm so sorry, Adam. How is your pain? I wouldn't judge you if that set you back. No, I refused. They gave me super ibuprofen. That's how they described it. It isn't doing shit. He nodded, frowning to imagine his suffering, but proud to hear he stood resolute. It had taken a scare of his life, but he would beat it this time. Who did this to you? Virgil says his name is Peter, he whispered. Andrea scrunched her lips and nodded, unsurprised. Are you pressing charges? What's the point? He whimpered. She nodded slowly again. She was silent. Andrea? Adam's voice switched rapidly to urgency with her name and back to contemplation. When I was a boy, my papa told me about the man in the desert. You didn't cross them. If you pissed them off, they'd hack your head off with the rusty lawnmower blade. Make a message out of you. If you were lucky, they'd use a machete instead. A machete instead. If you're lucky, they'd use a machete instead. But they were men with an agenda. You could buy them off. You could take their side. He paused to rest, wincing in the pain. Adam opened his good eye as wide as he could, terrified. There's something out there that you can't buy off. Sepsis. Ah, shit. RV Sway, sepsis, March 30th to October 23rd. Sorry, I'm just trying to see, because our timeline, it sometimes jumps around a little bit. March to May 18th. Harvey swayed. He stood at the top of a knoll, exposed, watching the earliest summer tourists move below and around him in the small park in the heart of the city. Flickering consciousness rolled in and out of his mind. There wasn't much left to him. Not that there ever was in the first place. Moments of lucidity flashed behind his eyes as neurons progressively died, and the thick tendril of drool hung dumbly from his gaping mouth. To any tourist, he was just another tweaker out of his mind. "Give me some," Phyllis demanded like a toddler, as she always did. "You got some good stuff on you, I can tell." She laughed at Harvey in his apparent stupor. Harvey didn't respond beyond the growing length of slimy saliva on his chin. "I haven't seen you in a while," Phyllis spoke anxiously. He reached to touch him. Harvey finally stirred, reacting with a violent spasm as his eyes and face twitched. Phyllis frowned, unsure of what to say or do to his peculiar actions. She'd seen him tweak, but never like this. Harvey's pupils dilated in his good eye, and the dead left eye remained milky and rotting. He scoped her from head to toe. She felt uncomfortable under his gaze. He felt predatory. "What's in it for me?" Harvey sneered. Phyllis's expression flooded with sorrow. He was getting tired of using her body as a bargaining chip. "You know, I could," she stammered. "I could suck." "No," Harvey interrupted her, and the tendril of spit slung wildly. He eyed her keenly as he sharply inhaled. "Or." Yeah, that's fine," she spoke solemnly and dropped her eyes to his feet. Harvey nodded, patting his pocket to confirm if the foil and needle he'd felt earlier were still there. He didn't remember placing them there, but he had felt them earlier and had enough consciousness still to bargain. His memories never felt like his own anymore, and each day he felt progressively detached. It wasn't a haze of drugs or alcohol. He hadn't touched either in days. It wasn't the haze of drugs or alcohol he hadn't touched either in days, no longer bound by their vices, but it was similar. He'd been sober against his will, but without protest, to the best of his failing mind since his last clear memory. His drugs still in his pocket since then. Some days after Laura had died, he was still banished from the congregate shelter for his previous antics. He slept quietly and drunkenly between bins of rancid trash and debris a few blocks away. The last thing he could scantly remember was choking, gagging, and gasping for air as if he had vomited in his sleep. He dreamed of some large, wet animal crawling its way down his throat and nestling in his belly, a grotesque mongrel with bare skin, fibrous muscle exposed. But with each passing day, his phantom confusion chipped away more and more at his cognizance, and he felt increasingly like a husk. Even his eye throbbed less, despite its worsening state. Every day, a blur, and even less of a concern now as he stood on the knoll. Now he was only hungry, distant, and foreign in his own flesh. No food could satiate him, and he lustfully eyed bodies with warm wombs. Ugh! So creepy. Phyllis dutifully pulled him by his arm a few blocks over, down where the street dropped. Okay, I know I should have did this at the beginning of the story, but trigger warning. The last story was pretty brutal. This story has been pretty brutal, but I'm guessing it's about to get even more brutal, so trigger warning. Phyllis dutifully pulled him by the arm a few blocks over, down where the street dropped to a gully and the alders were thick enough to provide cover. Trash littered the trampled earth. This was a regular haunt out of the public eye. She pawed at his belt, thinking, what need did he have for a belt when he never bothered to latch it? And she frowned to see his skin. He was always dirty and gaunt, but presently his skin looked so tired and sagged so unnaturally all over his bones, like the flesh had given up or was beginning to slough from a saturated corpse, like melting wax. She shimmied her hips from her cotton leggings, and he descended upon her with equal ferocity and purpose, and when they were done, he handed her the drugs and staggered off, leaving her confused why he didn't stick around to share. Harvey, rather, what was once Harvey, learned how to get more of the learned how to get more of the drug, and Phyllis grew more enthused to continue their transaction because he never took some for himself. He even regularly came back with good shit, stuff that only Peter would offer her on rare occasion. She didn't bother to question how, and quickly didn't care how sickly Harvey looked, ignoring the faint smell of decay that seemed to follow him. She was high, and between Peter and Harvey, she'd choose Harvey 100 times over. Time passed and their ritual repeated nearly daily. But one day, after Harvey abruptly vanished again, Phyllis picked at her skin, anxious for her high when she couldn't find him. She surprised herself, however, with how long she endured before she finally sought out Peter. A few days at least, burning through the stash she collected from Harvey, and Peter feigned his sympathy when she ultimately returned to him. Phyllis vomited her meager meal into the shelter's toilet. She was still spitting bitter acid from her mouth into the bowl when another woman banged on the stall, demanding that Phyllis hurry. Phyllis ignored the raspy voice's impatience, waiting impatiently herself for the off-brand pregnancy test to finish. Peter had cut her supply recently, and she hoped her nausea could be answered by that. She dry heaved now, gagging farther at the sight and smell of the yellow-brown bile she spat into the water. She wiped her eyes and nose, wet with forced tears and snot, and glanced down at her knees where the test rested. 2 lines had appeared. She understood quickly what that meant, and she bellowed deeply on the dingy bathroom tile. Once again, the smoker's voice barked for her to hurry up, and now to shut up. By June, Phyllis had been relocated to a different shelter for pregnant women and those with children. She'd been there before, but she was angry this time. She resented the whores that shared the space with her. especially those that bounced their newborn infants on their knees, whispering quietly in hushed, babbling joy to their babies that their housing had been approved. They'd relapse too, she thought spitefully to herself. They'd be in her shoes soon enough. By midsummer, Phyllis was informed she was carrying twins. The nurses and other staff pleaded with her to stop drinking if she was going to continue the pregnancy. The worry always fell on deaf ears. By September, her OBGYN half-heartedly warned her that one of her babies was significantly smaller than the other. A complication of drinking as much as you do, she sighed. You're killing them, she sneered. It wasn't professional, but it was true. Phyllis didn't care. By October, she was swollen with her offspring. He begged Peter for something, anything, but he scowled at her in disgust. Who would want your dirty ass? You did this to yourself, he laughed, flicking a cigarette butt at her. By October 23rd, Phyllis was numb. She scoured enough pocket change to stumble into a liquor store, and the 22-year-old cashier stared in mixed disbelief and disgust as he rang up her purchase of cheap vodka. The double-headed eagle on the logo poised in prideful triumph. Her vice would always win. The double-headed eagle. I wonder what vodka that is. It's definitely cheap. Is it Skull, maybe? I don't know. It's probably a cheap, like, Russian vodka or something. With the two bottles mostly finished, she sat against the only cover she could find under the loading bay of the modern city hall. She waited her mournful cries in the dark while fat raindrops fell around her. Black puddles sparkled in sickly gold from nearby lights with each ripple that disturbed them. She took the last gulp and howled, casting the plastic bottle into the night, and it skittered across the wet asphalt. A small man shambled up to her and plopped next to her, drawing his shoulders in with the cold. Got any more? He smiled under his wiry mustache. Phyllis staggered to her feet, splaying them wide to sure her stance. Get away from me, she screamed, kicking at him. He shoved her, cursing, Fuck off, psycho bitch. She stumbled once or twice and spun before she fell on her protruding belly. She shrieked and moaned, rolling uncomfortably on the ground. The man stared wide-eyed and frantically scanning around him and broke into an uncoordinated sprint to flee his fault. She fell on her protruding belly. I'd somehow missed that part, but I was like, oh wait, so... She crawled back, clutching her large stomach. Her vision swirled, and a sudden, intense agony rushed her. She could feel them move. She remembered from the past what it felt like to feel her baby kick. But this felt more like something was trying to escape. Pain bit through her abdomen in searing waves. She bit her lip between grunts and screams. Sweat covered her and she felt lightheaded. She pushed, and a slurry of blood and mucus poured from her groin. Ugh. She felt the lump between her legs, granting her some relief with its sudden presence. She pulled the front of her pants down and fumbled, grabbing the warm mass with deliberate harshness. Fear heavy on her face, she cradled the premature infant in her palms. Its skin was delicate red, and everything about it was fragile. It never cried. Reality struck her as if the dead infant she held was now too hot to hold, and she frantically dropped it. Panting, she cried for help to the night, but the second time she called, the pain returned tenfold. She winced and pulled her freshly bloodied hoodie up over her belly and breasts in panic. The white of her eyes flashed against her face, and she watched her abdomen writhe and stretch. Oh my god, this is such insane body horror. Jesus Christ. Watched her abdomen writhe and stretch. The urge to push overtook her, and she groaned. Phyllis groped at the walls as if she was futilely trying to escape her own body. Even in her drunken and wounded state, she realized she couldn't crawl away from something inside of her. She pushed as the contractions worsened. Laying flat, she arched her hips and pulled her soiled pants off her legs, pushing herself away with her wriggling belly pointed to the night sky. She pushed again, and this time more bloodied fluid erupted from her, splattering and spraying the ground. Another push, a membranous sac squeezed out of her gravid body with a sickening squelch. Phyllis wept, desperately clinging to consciousness as she spent the last of her energy to crawl using her arms. She rolled away from whatever she expelled from her body and laid on her side, whimpering. The sack abruptly shivered after prolonged stillness. It shook harder and more erratically and stretched until it tore. Phyllis's shallow breaths raced as she watched it, but she desperately rolled once again as she put herself through a puddle to escape. Gritty water and bodily fluids mixed to a slurry on the street. A fetal hand emerged from the membrane. Slowly, the infant slithered from its cocoon and rested. Phyllis couldn't see it clearly, but its flesh seemed to wrap and settle in the darkness. It gasped, suddenly choking on the thick slime that clung to its face, and it cried for attention. And in frustration, while Phyllis continued to put steady distance between it and herself, she trailed blood behind her. Adrenaline coursed through her as she felt acutely sobered. She pushed herself up to look when she could no longer hear the infant's cries and instead heard a wet patter across the ground. She sobbed when she turned to face her baby, now piercing on narrow, stilted legs and observing her keenly with unnaturally wide set eyes. Its umbilical cord hung from its mouth and its neck bulged. It swallowed hard, the lump in its throat sliding down to its pudgy belly, and slurped its afterbirth. It chirped at her affectionately, stretching its neck to explore her before placing a clawed foot against her chest and shoving her to the ground. She wept quietly as it began to suckle. It greedily sucked milk when she reached out and slapped its face with a forceful blow. It fell back and kicked wildly on its back until it righted itself and growled. Its face split diagonally from the top of its head down its throat, revealing a wretched mouthful of thick, curved teeth. And finally, it ran towards her, hungry for blood instead. Damn! So I wonder if this I need like, I need a Wendigoon deep dive into the story, or I need like the timeline mapped out, because I'm wondering if this is how the creature was born, and so Harvey is its father. But if that's the case, then I don't know. Harvey was clearly affected by something long before. Like Harvey got hollowed out. He was getting hollowed out by something. He was standing there drooling, but it said he hadn't used in days, and he would just give Phyllis the drugs. So now it's like, is this just another iteration of the creature, or is this the creature's beginning? You know what I mean? I'm unsure about that, but that was a great part too. That kicked ass. Um, Such good body horror, such good. I love the story with Adam, and I'm hoping that we see Adam again. Adam seems like kind of a good dude. Um, I'm hoping he gets clean in the hospital, and then maybe he can help. Is it Amber? I forget. Hopefully, he can help our main character, the EMT lady. Hopefully, he can maybe help her, get to the bottom of this monster, and whatever. Maybe get Peter off the street too, because fuck Peter. And I'm wondering if the creature is somehow not like part of the drugs, but I don't know. There seems to kind of be a link between uh what is his name? Fucking the dad of this creature, Harvey, between Harvey, and Harvey was like getting the good dope, it said, and then all of a sudden he starts to get hollowed out and this creature's onto him. So I wonder if the creature is like feeding off of, like, maybe the creature is living around Peter, and it's like using Peter's the addicts that Peter sells to, if it's like using them to like grow its species or whatever. I don't know, but super cool. Messed up story, a messed up part two, a really good part two. Um, Really curious to see like how it ends, and I would really, once I have, this is one story that I like, that I'm having to wait in between parts. Um, because it is building up, and I love coming back to it, and I forget how much I liked like the first part, and then by the time I'm done reading the second part, I'm like, both parts were great. Um, but also at the same time, it's like I do want to do a deep dive into the story and the timeline, and see, because although more things are unfolding and we're figuring out more stuff, where I'm also not 100% sure on like this creature eventually ends up killing Laura. I know we know, but it's like, did it also, is it just a parasitic moth creature that keeps like having babies, and so it's going to keep, and this is just another example of that we see with Phyllis? Or is it um whatever, or is it, did we just get kind of an origin story? You know what I mean? Like, we don't know yet. We don't know if it's at least I can't, I'd have to do some research outside of just reading it, and kind of like look at the timelines, and see, and try to kind of map it out in my head, or write some things down, and which part, what stuff happened. But I like that, and I like that it's kind of told in this disjointed, almost like crazy street sort of way where it's like sometimes we think something that happened, like in terms of like, this is how people on the street probably are. They're like, they think something that happened a few months ago, and that actually happened like years ago. And then, time can get kind of wonky when you're on all these drugs and stuff. And so I feel like the story, it uses some of that disorientating effects of like living on the street and mental illness and drug abuse, and it kind of uses that to like mess with its reader to kind of be unsure about um what is going on at what time. And I like it. I mean, at this point I really just want to I really want I'm ready for, is it Amber? Yeah, I don't know. I'm ready for our EMT main character to kind of come to face with this creature, to figure out like, to kind of track the creature and see like, oh, this is where the creature struck first and this is who they got next and blah blah blah. And I'm ready to kind of see all that unfold. I'm ready to get into like less than her just kind of like mopping up or seeing the aftermath of this creature. I'm ready for her to start to put some pieces together and really kind of catalog and track this creepy parasitic moth creature. You know what I mean? I think that uh is where I'm really ready for, especially if that birth was the birth of the creature. Then I mean, that kind of gives us, right, like that, we know how the creature was born. We don't know how Harvey got whatever hollowed out like beforehand, but we know that this creepy cannibalistic moth creature came into being through Harvey and Phyllis and their yeah, fucked up situation that was going on between them, their arrangement, we'll call it. And so yeah, I think now, I'm ready for part 3. Obviously part 2 just came out, but I'm ready to kind of see our narrator, or our sane sober person in the story, see them kind of come face to face with this thing and see them try to put the pieces together. But man, what an awesome, like, what awesome, like, I don't know, like you said, I don't know what to call it, like trash junkie horror mixed with, or like homeless, street horror, you could call it, mixed with like a creepy supernatural monster. And what just a fun setting. I love like that, the fact that this is going on in a city where people can people can kind of see, but it does seem like the creature is kind of it avoids detection. It knows that it's got to kind of stay on the outskirts, like it was gonna eat Adam. It was dragging Adam away literally, and then the cop rounds the corner and it just kind of scurries like off into the darkness of the alley. um that's really fun. I love that it has that intelligence too, so that's like, I'm curious to see whatever how our main character is gonna, our protagonist, how they're gonna kind of come up against that and face that, and what's gonna happen with that. Because I mean, it's a horror story, so it's like our protagonist could get killed, we don't know. um but I think it's very, I'm very interested. I would say, of all the multi because most of the multi-part stories that I've read, all the parts are either out and I can read them all, or or I've just kind of read the first part and then I'm just kind of letting that exist by itself, and we'll see if I read more in the future. But of all the ones, this one, I really want to know how it ends. I'm invested in really all the characters. I forget which ones are still alive. I mean, obviously we know like Phyllis is dead. I think Laura's dead, but I'm invested in Adam and our main, character. And yeah, I just want to know where things go from here, how they shake out. I know like all the homeless people, we're not expecting, at least I'm not expecting really any happy endings with them. But I would like to see if maybe Adam can get his life together somewhat, or could like, if maybe not get his life together, maybe get his shit together long enough to help our narrator figure it out, or like maybe kill this monster, or maybe be able to save somebody, sort of thing. So sorry, I'm just trying to get, it's just really bugging me that I don't know. Andrea. Okay, Andrea. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm really just hoping that we can get maybe Andrea can have kind of a partner on this, and then also if we can just see Andrea come face to face with this monster, and protect these vulnerable people, because that's the other part that's so horrific about this story, is this thing is feeding off of the part of society that the rest of society already deems like less than, or you know whatever, a nuisance anyways. They're not even seen as, they're seen as like less than human by a large portion of the population, or at the very least like, you know even people with the best intentions will hear or see that like, oh, a homeless person was found dead, blah blah blah, and most people won't even care. They just, they only have so much shit they can care about in a day, and they're like, I can't focus on that, I can't think about that. And I think it just goes to show Andrea's character that she's that type of a person where, well, it's her job to care, but she also just cares about these people. And so I want to see what happens. I want to see how it shakes out. I'm invested. What can I say? It's a great story. It's a super, I would say like the moth, skin, whatever type of thing. That maybe isn't super unique, but I think the characters and the setting is so different from what you would usually get in a horror story that it just elevates all that other stuff. So the where I don't even care that it's like, well, we've seen a moth creature before, or we've seen a skin walking type creature before. It's like I don't care, because I love the homeless shelter population, that little part of the story with Virgil and Nubs. That's so touching too. I hope we get more stuff about them. And it's touching in a sad way, like, right, it doesn't have to be like morally right, because ultimately they're like running buddies. They're dudes who do drugs together and whatever. But it's so sad when it's like, when somebody has nobody, and then you're like, well, at least they have somebody that cares about them. At least Virgil's got Nubs, and Nubs has Virgil. Nubs lost his whole family and his arm, or both of his hands, or I don't even know what. to Frostbite, so at least they have kind of each other in that way. And yeah, and that's super touching, you know, too. So I just, yeah, I won't keep rambling on and on and on, but I do have to say, in terms of like an unlikely duo or unlikely, unlikable, you know, I don't even know how to say this, but I like them, but they seem like the most unlikely to be likable type characters. You know what I mean? And yeah, they're not. You know, I maybe the reason I like them is because we haven't seen them do anything overtly like negative. They're not murdering or R-wording people. They're not. You know, they're somewhat harmless. I mean, they got what's his name? They got Adam to relapse, but in the grand scheme of things, like, you know, I don't think that, you know, I'm not like, I'm holding that against, you know, that's Adam's fault just as much as it is theirs. And so, yeah, I'm so surprised how much I like them. A very good movie. I have not seen The Mimic. I would like to see The Mimic. I'll have to check it out. But yeah, it's a great story. I mean, it's super fucking, just the setting and the characters. I cannot stress enough how much how genius I think it is to have like a mimic monster that's literally feeding off the homeless population of a city is so cool. A mimic moth monster that maybe kind of has the ability to like also like hollow people out, and like, I don't know if it takes them over necessarily, but you know, that sort of a thing I think is super fucking cool. All right. So on to the next story now, which is it's from Alive Development 108, and it's My German Nightmare. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and oh, do I not have my? Oh shit! Sorry, I thought I had a video queued up here. Let's find something. No, not Beau is Afraid. Let's watch the movies. We're getting close to Halloween, or close to October, so I'm gonna throw on the 31 Days of Horror, and I'm gonna use the restroom. Blow my nose because it's bugging me. It keeps itching. And yeah, get a drink, and then I'll be right back.
Town. Basically, they're just gone. No people. No,
it's like a malevolent god. Just
oh my god, yeah. But it's a 6-year-old kid or like an 8-year-old kid. It's fucking unbelievable. I like on these days too in October to just watch like 3 episodes of a series. And mine, I always like, and I do this a lot anyways. But Tales from the Crypt, I think, is probably my favorite horror series of all time. The amount of money they must have put into like making sets and like making these episodes is real. It feels like a beautiful evolution of Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone was very like stark and very like kind of serious. I mean, like all the time. Like Twilight Zone is like, it's like a very dark show. Yeah. And it looks a little more comical now just because, I mean, the show was made like the 50s or 60s.
There was an episode where William Shatner was on a plane.
There's something on the plane.
Yeah, and was convinced that there was Bigfoot hanging on the wing of a plane. So not all of...
It's fucking horrifying. Yeah. It's horrifying though. He like looks out, he's like all sweaty and shit, and you like look outside the plane, you're like, oh my god! It's like a full-on thunderstorm, and this thing is just on the wing of a plane. It's fucking unbelievable. The guy's freaking out. Since the show is in black and white, it's so cold. Like the show is just so cold and evil and dark, and I think it still holds up today, and the acting is so good. I love watching Twilight Zone episodes because every performance is just like so fun. I love it. And Tales from the Crypt is a complete opposite. It's like cheesy, and there's a lot of bad actors on it. There's a lot of people who got their start, like Brad Pitt. I think that was his first acting role, but because it's so much more loose and like kind of comical, it goes over the top in so many great ways, whether it be a lumberjack episode about like a guy who owns a lumberjack company who gets a new wife, and she's trying to suck everybody's dick, and he's just like, stop looking at my wife, and he like beats a guy to death. My favorite episode is about two guys who are gambling against each other, and they keep raising the stakes. They play poker, but every time you lose a hand, you have to cut off one of your fingers. It's so brutal, but there's so many episodes that are so well done, and even the ones that are like really bad and kind of cartoonish, it's just fun. Like, it's just a great, really fun show. It's such a beautiful polar opposites of even your Crypt Keeper host is so over the top and cartoony versus like Rod Sterling, who's just like, I actually picture a world where babies eat each other and then you have to put them in an ice box, and you're like, what the are you talking about, dude?
Oh yes, like a classic horror moment.
The classic
something we've
Twilight
all feared,
Zone
if I
episode.
do say so myself.
Yeah, but it's great. I love it. On day 21 of October, I want to finish out this. This will be the last of the found footage, I believe, and I want to recommend The Bay, which I also think, no matter what, in October you gotta watch the Blair Witch Project. I don't care if people say that it's overhyped or anything. It's the OG, dude. I know that there was some before, but nothing did it like Blair Witch. The only reason that found footage is even a thing now is because of Blair Witch. Pay respect to the elders, bitches. The Blair Witch, I think, in my opinion, is still the GOAT. But The Bay is an amazing found footage film. Once again, it kind of flips the trope, and also it's like weird. It's about like a biochemical kind of outbreak, but it's all from like, what is it, isopods?
I think
the little bugs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's the little bugs that eat fish's tongues.
Yeah.
But it's like, imagine those, but they're huge, and they contaminate the water of this town, and they start eating the residents from the inside out. And it's all these vignettes of like cop footage, news anchors, security cam footage of people surviving the day, and the whole movie is basically like people kind of talking about recounting that day in this like Rhode Island or Maine, like East Coast town of this like port. And it's just really well done. It's very effective, and it's something so different than other found footage movies that it does feel like a fun palate cleanser. It isn't like paranormal. It is body horror in a way. It dips into that realm of like, oh fuck, this feels like it could happen. And it's a lot of fun. All right, we are into basically our last week of movies here, starting on day 22. What do you got?
For day 22, we are going to go with a classic, The Shining. The Shining, in my opinion, is the best Stephen King work, or I should say best Stephen King adaptation, which is funny considering he hated the adaptation for years because it does stray very far from the book. But Stanley Kubrick is a master of his craft, and there is a reason as to why, regardless of the ethics of his filming behaviors. It does create some incredible films. I will not say it's because of what he does, but regardless, good films come out of the guy, and The Shining is one of them. The Shining is one of the most effective creations of tension I've ever seen, from the way the movie starts to seeing the slow degradation of Jack throughout the film to where it ends up at the ending to the entire like last 30 minutes of the movie that become a chase effectively. It's just so well done. I love the mystique of The Shining. I know Stephen King wants everything to be explained for like 20 pages, but it just works so much better in my opinion when she's just running up the stairs and sees a dog man like laid down across a guy in a suit, or like the ending where you see Jack's picture on the picture that was taken back in the 20s. Like the Overlook Hotel is some ancient old being that has existed there for years incalculable, and we just see a short vignette of a couple people who happen to come across it. It's so good. It's so good all around.
The use too of The Shining as like a power, like of Jack Nicholson's son Danny having this power of The Shining, along with the man who also works at the Overlook Hotel, and they're kind of talking to each other, and there's just these weird elements of like telepathic powers or being able to speak with the dead, basically, which makes his ties with his dad like kind of fun. I mean, it's a ghost movie, and I don't think anyone is ever like, oh yeah, it's my favorite ghost movie. This is easily like the best ghost movie of all time. It's so crazy. Jack Nicholson's performance is fucking amazing. But once again, this is one of
Maybe we'll have to watch a trailer for The Mimic too, because Jacob, you just recommended that, so you know. Shout out, homie. All right, we're gonna get into now. Sorry, glad I'm back. We're gonna get into my German nightmare real quick. I just want to see something in private real quick. Okay, cool. So. All right, from Alive Development 108. My German nightmare. I've had many dreams in my life, and I've had many nightmares. Sometimes the nightmares I have are so scarring and real. In those moments of sleep, they find a way to stay with me long after I've woken up. So similar, yeah. Well, I'll have to check it out. I'm very curious now. Long after I've woken up, I remember some of the worst nightmares I've had I remember some of the worst nightmares I've had years and years ago. This is one such nightmare. I am a German soldier and it is the end of world. Oh. Okay, so do I not have to scroll through this whole thing? Does it just... Yeah, okay. So the story, there's this scroll thing at the top, which I thought was different, but the story. I am a German soldier, and it is the end of World War I. Me and my fellow soldiers are defending a small European city. Tight 3-story buildings are packed all around us, and there's a brick road outside with the rail system. We are all afraid. We know what is about to happen. The Americans and the British are going to assault our position. The Allies have been trying to drive us out of our entrenched position now, sending wave after wave, and we wait for the next attack. I am afraid. I look to my brothers in arms and know they are thinking the same thoughts. God, let me live through this. It's okay if he takes around. It's okay if he dies. But please, God, let me be the one to make it through this alive. Oh, okay, I see. Everyone's thinking that about their fellow soldiers. Suddenly they are upon us. The Americans and British. Oh. God, I wish I had a full microphone setup. It's like... It's okay if he takes a round. It's okay if he dies, but please, God, let me be the one to make it through this alive. Suddenly, they are upon us. The Americans and the British. Rounds zip past my head and I get down. Me and my brothers get down, return fire, and throw grenades. I'm shaking now and practically paralyzed with fear. All of us packed in these small rooms and fortified positions. All of us packed in these small rooms and fortified positions in the sides of these shops and apartment structures. The rounds keep coming, the sound of gunfire deafening. Suddenly it happens. I take a round to the chest and collapse. Some of my friends look at me with horror. and others are too focused on battle to care. I remember what it felt like to die. My vision blurred, filled with my own tears. My body relaxed and relaxed, more than I've ever relaxed in my life, and the pain faded into a warm sensation. I woke up in a dark void. I don't remember how it was the way it was, but the earth below me was black and flat. There was no sky or stars, just black void all around. There must have been some faint light coming from above, because I could see all around me, as if some invisible moon casted its light upon us. I stood in this blackened earth field with men, Russian, British, French, American, and German. It was as if all the men who had died fighting this war were waking up in the same place, this black void. We all looked around and knew none of us held any weapons. We wondered why we were here, and we spoke countless tongues, but little was understood, all of us confused and all of us lost. And they came, hundreds of them, thousands of them. Man-sized spiders from an unseen roof far above us. They descended on strings of web invisible to the eye. My fellow soldiers from all over the war began to scream. The spiders came. Sometimes they would snatch a man, or he would be carried up. Sometimes they would snatch a man, and he would be carried up out of sight, only for his screams to be heard far above, for blood to rain down and the sounds of his bone cracking, and the sounds of his bones cracking echo onto us. I don't know if echo onto us. I feel like echo all around us might be. I don't know. I think echo onto us works, but usually like, I don't know, something like gets splashed onto you or whatever. An echo doesn't. Like sometimes you could say like an echo fell over the room or something like that, but I don't know, it just kind of sounds slightly off to me. Maybe this person isn't a native English speaker, I don't know, but, or it just could be the way that they wanted to phrase it, but, yeah, it's just something I noticed, not a big deal. Sometimes the spiders were too hungry for all of that work. They would just descend on a man and rip him apart, still alive, kicking and screaming, right in front of me. In this black void, that's all that could be heard. The cries of countless men, all unarmed, nothing understood. We looked at each other and screamed and cried in countless tongues. Yeah, I guess, yeah. And the whole idea of, sorry, Jacob, I'm responding to you. Yeah, maybe it's because it's a dreamscape. Yeah, you could say, I could see how it's like the echo was on us or what, it could just be a way of making it seem surreal, like, or I felt like the echo was inside of me, like sort of a thing. But yeah, it's something that I mention when I read stories. Like if I think something's phrased a little bit weird, I'll just point it out, if only so the writer is aware of how it sounds to me. Maybe somebody else will just read past that and be like, no, that sounds perfectly fine. But I think that just giving like just pointing that out, not necessarily that like there's anything wrong with it, but just that it sounded like a little bit off, or contextually like sounded, like I said, you know, I don't think of an echo as like being something that goes on to people. Like you either hear an echo or an echo like reverberates around you, but to say an echo goes on to you or on to us, it's just a little different. And I think it's worth pointing out. Again, it's like maybe they want it to be that way because, like you said, it's the surrealistness. It could be the surrealness of the dream. And so maybe they're like, good, that's what I wanted it to, that's the effect I wanted it to have. I wanted it to be kind of an unusual way to talk about these echoes of bones cracking, you know. And so that might be the effect that the author is looking to have. So yeah, that's just why I mention it. And then the other thing I just thought of, it keeps saying in countless tongues, which I get it. They're all soldiers of like World War II, like it said. You know, they're all from different countries, but rather than just continue, because they've already said this a few times, like we screamed or we all spoke in countless tongues or in different languages. Rather than just like continuing to say countless tongues, I might like enjoy it more if there was just some other description of what that sounded like. Like it sounded like you know, music being played backwards. You know, there was all these different tongues that I couldn't understand. It was a horrible symphony of like, it was a horrible catastrophic symphony, like just something like that. Because yeah, I get the whole idea of countless tongues, but again, I'm just wondering if there's a way to like make that imagery, like, you know, to make that a moment for a little bit stronger imagery. We looked at each other and screamed and cried in countless tongues. Some men tried to fight the spiders, but the spiders knew them faster. That like gnawing them, but the spiders knew them faster. A group of spiders would pounce on any man trying to fight back, okay, and rip him apart all the more hatefully. I ran and cried out in fear. Lots of us did that, just running and crying. Lots of men collapsed and could not. Yeah. Lots of men collapsed and could not move, paralyzed with fear. Lots of men met their end then. Food for what seemed to be an endless and hungry infestation. The spiders coming down in all directions. Then it happened. I woke up. I was alive again and the sounds of battle surrounded me. I was in a small European city and my brothers were desperately holding off at the Allied assault. It took me a while to realize I was in the land of the living again. The gunfire maddeningly loud, and my brothers crying and shouting at one another. A man fell here and another died there. I got back up and collected a weapon from the floor. I began to fight. Then I was screaming and crying. I was fighting and shooting with everything I had. My brothers looked at me as though I was brave. They thought I was a brave man, but I wasn't. I was fighting for my life, throwing grenades, reloading, killing the enemy. I was fighting and crying because I didn't want to be killed again. I didn't want to be sent back to hell, where I knew the spiders were still waiting for me. waiting for all of us to die and go to them. And that's it. That's my dream. I remember waking up from that one, honestly just looking for advice to improve my writing. Thanks for reading this. This is a cool like vignette. This is a cool concept. It's kind of a dream within a dream, right? Because you're dreaming that you're a soldier, a German soldier fighting the Allies, trying to hold a European city, right? But then in the context of that, you die, you go to this hell with all these creatures, these spiders feasting on you, basically. Yeah, I don't know. There were little moments, like I said, about, things I think could have been, like with the imagery about the cries in different tongues. But like overall, I think it's an interesting concept, and I think, yeah, it's a fun idea to just be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna tell you about a dream I had, and that's a fun thing to just like come out and say and let us know as a reader, like, this is a dream I had. But I also think it's worth thinking about, like, is it more effective if I just am like, I'm a German soldier, I'm with my brothers trying to hold the city, and just do, even if it is really like, even if you get a concept for a story from a dream, like, do you really just want to come out and say right at the beginning, this is a dream? Maybe. The answer is maybe you do, especially with this, it's pretty short. It's like, yeah, I think it's also worth asking the question, like, would this be more effective if I just tell it like I'm the German soldier? If I just write it like that, should I maybe, maybe I talk about, maybe I describe, what my life is like as a German soldier, what my life was like before the war, what it's like with those brothers that you hope die instead of you or whatever, what maybe they're kind of like, what your guys' relationships are like. Because then when you get shot and then you go to this hell, and then when you come back, then it has some more like maybe impact too. So I don't know. Those are just things I would think about. I think more than anything else, it's like a fun, almost like exercise about, just taking a dream and making it into a story. And I think this definitely does that. But also it's like, are there like character arcs and stuff? I guess a little bit, in terms of our main character, as when he is the soldier. At first he just talks about the fear, but then he goes through the fear of living in this spider hell with all these different types of soldiers being eaten. So then he goes back and he's maybe not brave like his fellow soldiers think he is, but he's motivated more by that fear and that want to not die. So there's a little bit of like of a character development there, but then at the same time it's just all a dream. So it's like, me as the reader, it's like, I don't come away from this being like, damn, that person really went through a lot, or whatever. It's more just like, I'm like, yeah, cool concept, but yeah. And I think the whole idea of like, just spiders eating different soldiers and pinning in on the ones who fight back first and killing them first is like interesting. I'm wondering if that, like, if you're trying to say something about, like, those who are more willing to fight, you know, like, will die first. But then it's like, but then when he goes back, it seems like the lesson he took away from that hell is like, well, I don't want to go there, so I'm gonna fight that much harder. And so, you know, I don't know if there's like a conflict there in terms of like the theme, or, you know, is this, I don't really think this is pro or anti-war. I think it's just a horror story set in the context of a war. You know, so, but I also wonder if there's like room there to maybe, you know, say something about people who are very like, not only like proud, because it's one thing to be like, I serve my country, I'm proud or whatever, but people who are like actively like, yeah, I can't wait to like kill my enemy, you know, and they're like on the front lines and they're like rabid for war and violence, you know. I think that maybe there's some room in the story to maybe say something about that. And so, yeah, I don't know, that's just kind of my thoughts on it, but I think it's a fun little, yeah, I guess you could even call it a vignette. It's more though that I feel like it's a story of a dream within a dream. So it's almost like if you could treat this like an entry in a dream, like that's what I would call it. It's like an entry in a diary or a dream journal. But then what's interesting is that in this dream, our character dies and sort of has a dream, and it's a dream because he wakes up from it and then he's back in the war. So, but I know I've had dreams like that where they kind of loop, or it seems like I'm at one area of the dream, maybe something bad is happening, or maybe I'm really scared, and I get out of that and I seem to kind of make it out, but then I find myself back in that same part of the dream again. So I kind of like that repetitive element of it. But then I'm also wondering if like, if this is the case, it's like, should he, maybe the lesson of this is that he should fight the spiders, because maybe once the spiders kill him, he'll wake back up, you know, sort of thing. Like, we don't know if the spiders kill him, if he just reappears for the spiders to keep eating, or if he, you know, wakes back up into reality, and so where he's fighting a real war. And so I don't know, that's just another thing to think about. It's like maybe the point of it is like, you know, when you're a soldier, you just have to fight no matter, you know, kind of no matter what, or you're, you know, all you can do is fight. And maybe that's the point. Maybe maybe the main character at some point could like be like, and it was this time, like, and now I wasn't scared because I knew that, like, whatever, if I would die, then somebody next to me wouldn't, or whatever. So maybe it's that sort of thing. It's like a soldier's journey of coming to terms with his own mortality and his own death, and just realizing that no matter what side a soldier's on, like his job is to die so that his brothers don't have to. Something crazy like that, you know, which, yes, is like the ultimate sacrifice a soldier can make, but also, you know, kind of true in some regards. Like, you know, it's why Memorial Day in the United States, at least, is, you know, so important. And there are plenty of, you know, active duty and retired military who are like, do not thank me on Memorial Day. Memorial Day is not for me, it is for the fallen. And they'll actually get quite offended if you know, whatever. And you might say, oh, well, I was just saying, like, thank you because I know that you were active duty military. Like, I know you might have lost people, you know, so I was just, you know, showing my respect to you. But I also know there are a lot of veterans who are just like, you know, no, sort of thing. And they get kind of uncomfortable about it. And so, yeah, I think, you know, I think it's a cool story, and it brings up a lot of interesting thoughts about war and the senselessness of it, but also the unavoidableness of it. You know what I mean? So I like it. You know, I like it. Again, I think there could be a lot more with it, but as just a fun little entry, you know, it's like, why not? Especially if you're somebody who likes to get your ideas from your dreams. I don't think you can do that without having just short little stories like this where you're like, it is what it is. It's not, I'm not gonna like overcomplicate it and make it too long, because that's not what my dream was about. This was what my dream was about, and it's just a very simple description of your dream. And I think if you do that, ultimately, if you continue to do that with your dreams, I think over time they might have more of a story structure, and there might be like clearer characters and stuff. And that just might be a process of, as you ride out your dreams and whatever, they get more complex and stuff. And so, yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's a fun thing, and I think, you know, I think a lot of writers would benefit from at least trying this. You know what I mean? Just describe a dream, and you know, you can use something that happened in the dream and then expand on it and make it a whole big story with the whole crazy idea, or you can just simply discuss what happened in the dream and, you know, go into as much detail as you want, but just describe the dream, and that's it. You know, I think not only are dream journals cool, but I think that is a cool exercise for a lot of writers, because a lot of people benefit from having to describe the world around them and things that really happen, but a lot of writers also can benefit from having to describe things that are imagined, you know, and that obviously, like, fiction writers are really good at that, right? Like, they create the whole world in their imagination and stuff like that, but not everyone writes that way. Not everyone does it come naturally to them that way. So I think that this is a cool exercise in that regard. But yeah, let's continue. So that was sorry, I just wanted to say the name again. That was Alive Development Alive_Development 108. And then next we have My Uncle Left Me an Observatory in His Will. I Wish I Never Looked Through the Telescope, from Otherwise Job 9399. All right. Sorry, I just want to zoom in a little bit here. I don't want it to be too small. Hurt my eyeballs. My distant uncle left me an observatory in his will. I wish I'd never looked through the telescope. Oh, here. Okay, music is still playing. Okay, good. The the box with the black ribbon. The letter arrived without a return address, sealed with a wax insignia I didn't recognize, a small stamped circle with 3 stars crossed through its center. I almost threw it away, assuming it was junk mail or some kind of arcane marketing scheme. But my name was handwritten on the envelope, and the script was elegant. Not fake calligraphy elegant, but old. Inside was a single sheet. Yeah, I was gonna say, I kind of like this note right here at the beginning of sorry, I know I should have paused when I was talking about that last story, so I'll pause now. Pause the music now. I like this whole because like if you get a letter with a wax insignia and it's like, you know, a stamped wax insignia and all that stuff, I'm not going to assume it's junk mail, but it's like assuming it junk mail or some kind of arcane marketing scheme. Now I'm like, okay, I could see that, like somebody doing like, you are accepted to Hogwarts School of Home Depot, you know, or something. It's like a Home Depot coupon or whatever, but it's like it's some for Halloween or something. They're like doing some promotional thing where they're like, we have new Harry Potter drill bits that, you know, whatever, that you can use to destroy a Horcrux. You know, they're so strong. You can what's it called? The stone, the sorcerer's stone. You know, couldn't break these, sort of thing. Like, I could see that. But that's the thing, is I feel like pretty quickly you'd be able to realize between something that's cheaply made to look older, or like, let's say Halloween themed, or creepy and ancient, but that's manufactured that way, and something that is actually that. I feel like very quickly you'd be like, damn, this is really nice, like old piracy paper. And, you know, oh, look at this wax with this ribbon, and it says the box with the black ribbon, and you see all that and you're like, god damn, you know. So, but I kind of like that they're like, I almost threw it away, assuming it was junk mail or some kind of arcane marketing scheme. So that note, I feel like, to say I almost threw it away, I'm like, what? But then with that next little note, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see that. But my name was not fake calligraphy, elegant, but old. Inside was a single sheet. By last will and testament of Liam Mercer, Observatory number 42, and all its contents are hereby passed on to his next of kin by blood, however distant, per clause 9A of the generational inheritance order. You have been selected. A key is enclosed. No further obligation is required. What you do with it is yours to decide. Ominous, interesting. That is a fun note. I'm also like, clause 9A, that sounds fairly legal, but it's like, so it just says observatory number 42. So we know there's multiple of these observatories, which is interesting. However distant, of the generational inheritance order. Now that might be like a common phrase in like another country or something, but the fact that it's like, it's not like per clause 9A of the Inheritance Act. Like if it said act or something like that, I'd think that like, oh, this is just normal legal writing. and this is like kind of a legal notice in some ways, but I'm wondering if this is like a secret society that amongst this society that has these observatories that, observe ghost planets, or, maybe the telescopes observe something else in this other dimension of reality. I don't know what we're going to see, but it says, I wish I'd never looked through the telescope. So I'm wondering if there's this order or this secret society that has these observatories that knows of this, whatever, they can see these Cthulhu god creatures up in the sky, or maybe you look into the earth and maybe it like peers through the ground, sort of thing. And yeah, I'm wondering if this is maybe not, it's legal in that it's like gifting it to him and it's telling him the rules, but it's not like, legislatively legal. It's not just from some random law firm. It's actually from this society itself. So that's cool. That's a fun beginning. That that tickles, like I mentioned with the Harry Potter, Home Depot shit earlier, but that tickles my fancy in a way, in the same sort of way of like a Harry Potter-esque, like, you're a wizard, Harry, sort of thing. And that I'm like, yeah, I want to know what these observatories are. I want to know what this observatory is and our character's relation to it. But I'm also like, I want to know if this is just one observatory of many, what's going on there, Because there's the whole idea that, like, in Harry Potter, that, like, Hogwarts is the school for wizards, and all around the world there are kids who are wizards, and they get to go to this secret school, and that's kind of how you feel about it when you read the first book, and, like, or, like, when I first heard about Harry Potter as a kid, that's, like, kind of how I understood it, is that Hogwarts was this one magical school and whatever. But then as like the universe expanded and more books were written and stuff like that, and then in the fourth one, it's like the Triwizard Tournament, and you realize that like, oh, like Hogwarts is maybe the best, most famous oldest wizarding school, but there's actually multiple wizarding schools, and every country has a wizarding secret community, and there's the whole magical side of the world that the Muggles can't see, and it exists everywhere. And I always remember that kind of blowing my mind, because I'd read maybe like the first book or had it read to me as a kid, and then I was just kind of like watching the movies after that, and I remember learning that like in the fourth one, that it was like, oh no, like there's the Irish and the Bulgarian people, and all that stuff, and the French, and it was just cool, I liked it. And this is giving me that. This is, my mind's going off in a bunch of different directions as to what this observatory could be. There is some sort of telescope at it, but the fact that it's like what you do with it is yours to decide. Like, I'm also wondering, it's like, could this telescope, like, could it enabled you to see things that like could forever change your life, like give you secret powers, or see into people's souls or something. Hold on one second, I'm getting a phone call.
One of those movies where it's like, it's just an excuse to watch it again, man.
Yeah.
It's like, I've seen it a billion times. Watch it a billion one. It's so good.
Yeah.
I wanted to shout out this movie called Eyes of My Mother. It's an American movie. This movie is so good. It's like a girl who lives out in this farmland, and one day a man shows up to her house, kills her mom, kills her family, and she's left there alone with him. She knocks him out, and then she just keeps him in her barn for the next 20 years, and like cuts out his tongue, does all this crazy stuff. I don't want to dive too much into it, but the movie is unreal, dude. And I was like, this is a fucking classic in the making for me. Like, such a beautifully shot movie. so eloquent and like soft spoken. There's not a lot of dialogue. Hauntingly silent. I love it. So Eyes of My Mother, if you haven't seen it, check it out. On day 23, it is my crime day. It's a double mashup of Silence of the Lambs and Zodiac, which in my opinion are the best crime horror films ever made. I don't even know if you can count Zodiac as a horror film, but I just like watching it in October.
It feels the vibe. It's like, you know,
it has that kind of
like
deal.
A fall movie, if nothing else.
I get almost more horror out of Jake Gyllenhaal's obsession, this dark obsession with finding out who this guy is. It's a deep dive into madness. Like, I love that about Zodiac. It's easily my favorite David Fincher movie, but Silence of the Lambs it's one of the movies where so many people have taken from that movie, whether it be Seven or whether it be like even the Saw movies or like this kind of like mystery thriller. I think that Silence of the Lambs is such a masterpiece of a movie, especially Anthony Hopkins and Jodie Foster do great, but then it's just such an interesting concept of Jodie Foster going to Hannibal Lecter, not because he's even the main guy, he's just helping out with the case, to this other guy named Buffalo Bill who's kidnapped a woman and wants to wear her skin. It's a crazy movie, and it's once again, it's one of those movies like everybody's seen it, but it's the excuse to watch it again, because I tend to find that with these classics, you remember the general idea of it, but then when you sit down to watch it again, you're like, holy I forgot about all the awesome stuff in this movie. Like, you forget about the setup and really how it plays out. I love it.
Yep. Hard to go wrong with it for sure. So for October the 24th, I want to recommend a movie that is a personal favorite of mine, and that is The Ritual. The Ritual to me is so inspiring. There's actually a horror project I'm writing right now that The Ritual is my primary influence for. There's so much stuff that plays with the idea of, oh, well, we have this like the woods, or we have a cult or something like that, and we have someone just kind of like dip their toe into it. But there's few things that so well represent that carried out to its fullest than The Ritual. From the monster to the characters we have, all the characters are enjoyable, and watching them get picked off one by one, it hurts. The setup of the cult, when they come across the initial church and like the statues, it unravels the mystery so well. I remember that one shot where they're in like the skinny trees and they think they see something moving, but they think they could be just, it's in their heads. It's so well done. The Ritual is a classic. I love it both as a character piece and as a horror movie. And also, if you're in the mood for another kind of pagan horror flick, we've got The Wicker Man, the 1973 version. The 1973 one's a great mystery. This guy goes to an island in search of missing young girls, if I believe right. They may be held locally on the island, and then it quickly turns into a folk horror cult film. It's fantastic. Now, the remake with Nicolas Cage, you should also watch, but for entirely different reasons.
Yeah, you watch that one in the summertime.
Exactly.
Not anywhere near the spooky time because it's that bad.
Exactly, but you still watch it because Not the Bees is funny. True. But the 1973 Wicker Man is a great horror film. To me, I personally like The Ritual a bit more, but either is a very worthy pagan horror choice for your Halloween season.
I feel like I have such a love for this 1973 Wicker Man. The Ritual is, I mean, bar none within the last, I don't even know. I mean, it's one of the best monster designs ever. But even like you were saying, like some of the props, like the statue, it's like this descent into kind of madness that these people go through. They kind of like these lapse of time they don't remember. They're kind of going insane.
Yeah.
Is amazing. But then like the monsters but I think that the best thing it did was I love the way that it visualizes nightmares. Like some of the parts in this movie, they're all kind of plagued by their friend who had been murdered, and they are in the woods, but then they keep like replaying this in his head of this like Quick Mart that he got shot in. And it's like the way that they set up the Quick Mart in the forest is just so, I love it. It's so creepy, and it's such a great representation of like slipping into complete and total chaos in your mind, and like a nightmare come to life in your actual physical setting, and how this monster is kind of like plaguing your thoughts. I love the visuals of it. It's amazing. But 1973 Wicker Man, Christopher Lee, and just like, God, the
all right. Where were we? Yeah, but the story, this beginning tickles my fancy. My mind's going in a lot of different ways as to what this telescope could do, what this observatory is. Is it a magical thing? Is it a curse? Is it just is it going to open up a dimension or a demon realm, you know? Is it going to allow you to look upon God, and because it has that sort of like forbidden power that no one's supposed to even have, is it going to send like a bunch of fucking creepy like angels to come kill your ass, you know. Lot of options. I'm looking forward to it. Let's get into it. There was a small brass key taped to the bottom. No explanation, no map, just latitude and longitude coordinates and a brief address on the edge of the Mojave Desert. Damn. So Liam Mercer is the name of this long lost relative. I don't know what made me go. Boredom maybe, or some desire to play the main character for a weekend. I booked a cheap flight, rented a truck, and drove past the wind farms and cell towers. I like this because this kind of lets us know that it's pretty much modern day. But also the wind farm and cell towers line. It's like a desire to play main character. I also think that obviously when I read that, I go, well, and obviously the question would be, if the whole thing is like, well, you can do whatever you want with this observatory that you inherited, my main question would be, well, how much is an observatory worth, and can I sell it? You know, is there expensive scientific shit inside that would be better used by like a person who knows how to run an observatory and would like that sort of thing, and that I could sell that to them for a shitload of money. Because I know the Hubble telescope ain't cheap, you know what I mean? So I'm like, well, fuck, you know, that would be the main thing that would get me to just go check out this random coordinates and an address on the edge of the Mojave Desert. Like, you know, I don't know what made me go. Boredom, maybe. Some desire to play main character for a weekend. Sorry. I wasn't expecting anything remarkable. I figured the place would be boarded up. Maybe haunted in the Airbnb sense of the word. A place to drink whiskey and pretend ghosts were real. Instead, I found a dome. A beautiful bone-white observatory perched alone at the edge of the desert with wind-scraped solar panels and a chain-link fence half-eaten by sand. The brass key fit the lock perfectly. Inside, dust, silence, and a single cardboard box wrapped in a black ribbon sitting on the central desk like a gift waiting to be unwrapped. There was a note taped to the lid. If you are reading this, you have inherited not only this place, but a question that cannot be answered. Do not trust what you see through the lens. Do not return the gaze. Logbooks enclosed. Read at your own risk. Ah, interesting. So we're not going to... This story maybe will be an account of our long-lost relative, but it seems like this will primarily be an account of Liam Mercer, and it's not going to tell us the year. It just says 20X, so we can assume it's, you know, maybe 20 years old, but yeah, interesting. Log entry 1, Liam Mercer, January 3rd, 20, redacted, 12:16 a.m. Tonight, I was celebrating. I was not celebrating. I was recalibrating for my winter survey of the Orion Belt. Everything was routine. Humidity stable. Optics clean. No moonlight to interfere. And it appeared. Behind Alnitak, just behind it, something like a void. A patch of black that wasn't empty but absent. Kind of darkness you don't see but feel. Not like a shadow cast by something else, but like a place where light never belonged in the first place. It doesn't correspond to any known object. I checked every star map from the IAU, even amateur community overlays, nothing listed there. Not a nebula, not a lens flare. It doesn't move with the sky, it just is. I stared longer than I should have. I don't know how long. My tea went cold. My eyes wouldn't blink. Interesting. It was just dark. It had contours, faint gradients, a suggestion of shape, like I was seeing something on the other side of reality's glass. I've marked its location. I'll observe again tomorrow. If it's still there, I'll record everything. The margin notes. I didn't sleep well after the first entry. Oh. I didn't sleep well after the first entry. Something about Liam's writing lingered in the corners of the room like the desert dust. Fine, dry, impossible to fully clean out. He wasn't a poet, but there was an undercurrent to his words, a pressure. His voice wasn't mystical, just unshakably certain. The box held maybe a dozen journals, most of them identical, thick, black-covered log books with fraying edges. The first one labeled OBS Log 38 in fine block lettering. No year, just a number. I flipped through pages and pages of meticulous coordinates, magnitudes, sketches, star formations, boring stuff to me, though I'm sure a proper astronomer would have found it impressive. And then halfway through a page, it broke the pattern. No date, just a diagram that looked more like an organ than a map of the sky. Swirling ridges, a central void, and branching lines spreading outward like nerves or roots. Written beneath it, I can't stop thinking about its shape. I think I'm wrong to call it a shape. It's not a thing. It's a condition. I shut the book. Something buzzed faintly in the dome. I assumed it was one of the old solar batteries kicking in, but it sounded like static, radio static, low and irregular. I walked to the desk. The telescope setup was still surprisingly intact. An old, heavy-mounted scope pointed at a mechanical dome slit. A nearby monitor flickered with a paused starfield joystick, a terminal, analog equipment too, scattered across the shelves like relics. I didn't dare touch most of it. Instead, I brought the logbooks back to the tiny bunk room behind the observatory. Liam's room, probably. Narrowed bed, metal walls, a mirror cracked in the corner, a desk lamp, a thermos with dust sealed inside it. I sat, I kept reading. I don't know why I kept reading. I told myself it was to figure out who Liam was and why he left this to someone like me. I wasn't even sure how I was related to him. I remember my mother mentioning a strange Uncle Liam once, someone who had stared at the sky until he cracked. That was just a turn of phrase, right? Right? I mean, I've never heard that turn of phrase before, bucko. It's like, it was just a turn of phrase, right? This guy didn't actually get sucked into a portal in the other side of the universe. That's just something people say, right? And it's like, I don't know. I don't think so. Like, there are some weird turns of phrase that are common, but that when you maybe hear them for the first time, you're like, that doesn't sound like a normal everyday turn of phrase, you know what I mean? So I get why some people say that in stories, but like, or why they're like, oh, it's a common expression, or it's a turn of phrase, you know. I get like why that's a thing, but also at the same time, I feel like if people have to question, is it a turn of phrase? It's probably not an actual like common turn of phrase, you know? Might be something you've heard before, but it doesn't mean it's just commonplace, you know? Log entry 2, Return to the Void, January 4th, 20 blank, 1:42 a.m. So yeah, this is the next day or the next night. You know, he's got to look at night. It's still there, same position, no drift. No measurable motion. I triple checked the alignment against Beta Gulsi and Alnitak. Confirmed. The anomaly occupies a fixed position behind the belt, unaffected by stellar rotation. I tried different filters tonight. Infrared, UV, even a polarizing lens. Nothing cut through the void. It's not obscuring something. It is the absence of anything. I mean, I know nothing about... The only thing that I can think of, which I don't think this is going in a science... Maybe it'll be like a science fiction horror, but I don't think it's going straight into there's gonna be a reasonable explanation. But I do wonder, like... Because I know, like, scientists have been like, oh, you can't observe a black hole, or light doesn't travel through a black hole, therefore we couldn't see. I don't know. So I'm wondering, like, part of me is wondering, is like, okay, it's the absence of something. Could it be black hole related? You know? I don't know. I'm no fucking astronomer, astrophysicist, but... with the whole like black holes eat light sort of thing, or you know, like suck in things and light. I think when you're looking out into space and you're not someone who just fully knows it, I think you have to maybe assume like, yeah, just could it even be black hole related? You know, not because I think this Liam person would know enough to be like, I may be the first person to observe a blah 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 black hole, or you know, but I think to just the regular reader, I think like, you know, it's a fair question to just be like wondering about. When I stare at it too long, my body forgets time, my mouth dries, my eyes water, but not from strain, from something deeper. A kind of cognitive friction, like a square thought being shoved through a circular part of the mind. I don't know how else to say this. I felt like I was being looked at. There was a second, I swear to God, where I thought I saw something move. Not the void itself, but within it. A flicker, a glint. How can there be a glint inside absolute darkness? I must have gasped or made some sound because the microphone picked up. Playback confirmed a sharp intake of breath at 1:12:09 a.m. Then, just a flicker of distortion in the feed, maybe interference, but it's not like anything I've seen before. I'm attaching a still frame here. Crude sketch included, just the belt, and behind it, a jagged eclipse. I ran it through the observatory's audio to visual conversion software, and it turned the background feed into a spectrum map. At a certain frequency, the waveform isn't noise. It forms a pattern, something resembling a spiral. It isn't random. Nothing natural does this. I've archived the data, duplicated it 3 times, and stored the logs both digitally and in hard copy. If anyone finds this, it's not a joke, it's not a hoax. I wrote the word size in my notes multiple times and now feel stupid. This thing isn't large, it's not measurable, it's beyond volume, like trying to weigh silence or paint a shadow that eats the brush. My head hurts. Going to sleep if I can. Something between the stars. The sound woke me at 3:13 a.m., a clicking just outside the bunk room wall, too precise to be the desert wind. I lay there staring at the ceiling, waiting for it to repeat. Then, a low hiss, like static from a speaker that wasn't on. It faded almost instantly. But it wasn't imagined. I know it wasn't. I got up and went to the main dome. Nothing had changed, but I swear the telescope had moved. I hadn't touched it. But it was no longer pointed at the stars directly overhead. It had rotated west, back toward Orion. I opened another logbook at random and found the page where Liam had drawn a series of repeating crescents, like eyelids halfway shut, each one a little more open than the last. Next to it, smudged in pencil, it does not move, it accumulates. That's menacing. I never thought the word accumulate would be menacing, but it is. I should have left then. I even walked to the truck, keys in hand, but I just stood there, door open, looking back at the dome like it was a lighthouse in the dark, not a trap. There's a weight to this place, a sense of tension, like a held breath. I don't believe in ghosts, and I certainly don't believe in space monsters or void gods or whatever the hell Liam thought he saw, but something kept me from turning that key. Instead, I went back inside and turned over the radio receiver he'd installed. It hummed with low static, normal for machines like this, but I listened. A strange rhythm emerged. faint pulses like slow heartbeats spaced far apart. I ran the feed through Liam's old signal visualization software. It crashed twice, but finally rendered a sequence. Lines intersecting at impossible angles. Lines intersecting at impossible angles, not random, too regular, almost like a language? Interesting. I'm interested about this, like, visual. I know, like, obviously there's, like, shit like waveforms on the computer. And I could understand if, like, you were used to seeing waveforms, how, like, all of a sudden if you saw fucking, like, star shapes on that or something, you would be like, well, that's not normal. But I'm wondering now what it means, like lines, if it's just some, audio to visualization software, but then it's like lines intersecting at impossible angles. I don't know. I guess my point is, like, maybe it is impossible to imagine because that's the whole point, impossible angles, but I'm also like, what does that look like? Like a square, like a square with a circle inside of it, but the circle is touching all four corners of the square, but yet it's inside, it's inside of the circle and it's still a circle. Like, I don't know. I'm just kind of trying to give this story a genuine shock, because clearly it's going to be like looking at data and looking at stars or these patterns in the sky, and so I'm really trying to put myself in it, and just maybe imagine like some impossible angle, but a pattern to this, because it's not like, it doesn't say chaotic, it doesn't just say like chaotic squiggles, There are lines that are intersecting at impossible angles, not random, too regular, almost like a language. I flipped open another logbook and scanned the margins. Liam had been drawing the same lines, not just once, pages and pages of them, sometimes shaking, sometimes in ink so heavy the pen tore through the page. My stomach turned. I thought of closing the book, locking the door, and driving away until this place was just a strange story I'd never told anyone. But I didn't. Instead, I found a blank journal from the box and began writing my own entry, like Liam, just in case. Night 3, something is out there, or in here. I don't know the difference anymore. I don't think Liam was mad. I think he saw something we weren't built to understand. Something that doesn't fit into our human mind without leaving fractures. Something not waiting to be seen. Something not waiting to be seen. Something waiting to be recognized. I signed it with my name. Then I looked through the telescope. Only for a second, just a glance, just to see. And something inside me shifted. Log entry 7, the first voice, Liam Mercer, January 9th, 20, redacted, 3:47 a.m. I've stopped recording time in hours. Doesn't make sense anymore. Some nights feel like minutes, others stretch until my face in the mirror looks older, unfamiliar. I shave, then find stubble again within the same day. Or maybe I dreamed shaving. I don't leave the dome now. The sky feels heavier than the air. And the thing, that presence, is always where I left it, tucked behind the belt, like a secret it wants me to keep. I've given up on naming it. The word object implies form. The word entity implies intention. Both are insufficient. It's like trying to call the ocean a thing. The ocean doesn't notice your name for it. It just rises. 3 nights ago, I heard a voice, not through my ears, through the equipment, a vibration in the dish receiver, not carried by air, but embedded in static. I isolated the waveform, played it 100 times, slowed it, inverted it, layered it against background radiation. There's a voice in the noise, a word, possibly two, I'm not certain. Not in a language I know, but it feels familiar, like the shape of it matches something inside my skull I didn't know was there. I kept dreaming of deep pressure, stars flickering like candles beneath a pane of glass I'm trapped under. The dreams are no longer linear. There's no ground, no horizon, just shifting perspectives and a distant throb, like a signal that comes from every direction at once. I woke up today with dry blood under my nose. I've lost time again. My recording terminal shows several log attempts with corrupted data. I don't remember sitting down. My keyboard had smudged ink across the keys, my own sketches of spiral waveforms, crescents, and branching lines. I checked the feed again. It's growing, not visually, not measurably, but I know. My eyes no longer need the scope to feel its shape. I think it's inside the gap between thoughts and the rhythm of sleep, the parts of space we assume are empty, but are only unnoticed. And now it's noticing back. The recording. Today I found the tape recorder. It was buried under a pile of paper near the back of the dome, beneath maps, circuits, diagram, even food wrappers fossilized into curls. A battered handheld unit, analog, no batteries, but the tape inside was still intact. I didn't hesitate. I took it to the bunk room and plunged in new batteries. For a moment, nothing. Then a hiss. Then a voice. Liam's voice. Nothing the careful writing from the journals, not the clean measured tone I had imagined. This voice was breathless, ragged, like someone trying to describe a fire with their lungs full of smoke. This is Mercer, Observatory 42. If this survives me, if anyone hearing this, don't look at it. Please. It's not an object. It's not even there. It's a fold. A place where space forgot how to be flat. I thought it was behind the belt. It's not behind anything. It's beneath everything. It doesn't move because it's already wherever you are. I made a mistake. I made the mistake of listening too closely. The signal isn't from it. The signal is it. Okay, interesting. I mean, with respect to like Liam and calling it like a void god or like a signal god, you know, sort of thing. Like, I feel like void signal god seem, and maybe not God, obviously. I think God is like a little bit maybe too benevolent. I think this is a more nefarious signal entity or whatever, but I think calling it like the signal, the signal malformation, because I think that might be a good word, because he keeps talking about how it's like doesn't have form and doesn't have whatever, and the lines of the signal are like impossible shapes and all this stuff. So it's like, I think calling it like a malformation, or which I know that usually just means like deformity, but like the signal malformation or the you know, the anti-shape sort of thing. I don't know. I guess my point is, at this point, I would like if the story just named it so that I, when talking about this story, could have a definitive name for it, even if the name is like in both Liam and the other guy's description not accurate enough. Like, they could be like, I'm calling it the signal. I don't care what it is. I know it's so much more than that, or I know that doesn't whatever. But the fact is, it can travel through audio and visual, whatever mediums, sort of thing. So the tape crackled. Anyways, back to the story. The tape crackled, then silence. But just before the tape clicked to an end, I heard something else. Not a voice, a sound. Like a deep, wet inhale. Too big, too low, and too close. I've replayed it 3 times. On the 4th listen, I didn't hear anything at all. Not even Liam's voice, only static. Something's happening to the equipment. The telescope refused to move this morning. It locked onto Orion automatically. No manual override. Even when I shut the power off, the gears twitched slightly in the dark. The same coordinates, always the same. I tried calling anyone, but there's no signal out here. My phone battery drains even when powered off. The solar panel hum, but no power reaches the outlet near the transmitter. Yeah, at this point, I think you gotta blow up the like telescope and all the equipment. I mean, genuinely, especially if this thing's gonna cause you to go mad, or you know, we don't know if Liam died or how he died yet, but like, well, we know he died because it's the last will and testament, right? So, but we don't know quite how that happened, but I'm like, at this point, yeah, I mean, clearly he can't. This thing is like forcing him to stay. You know, it's like already got its hooks in our narrator here, but if you had the freedom to run away or whatever, I think you gotta run, but I also think you gotta like torch the place, you know, make it so that no signal can get through the telescope or any of the machines that are in there. But no power reaches the outlet near the transmitter. I began drawing waveform shapes too, almost without realizing, in the condensation on the window, in the dust on the desk. And last night, in my sleep, I muttered something. I know I did. I recorded myself, just in case. When I played it back this morning, I heard myself whispering a word I do not know how to pronounce. But when I heard it, I felt something stir in my bones. I think this isn't just about what Liam saw. It's about what he left open. Log entry 13. The eye begins to open. Liam Mercer, January 16th, 20XX. Blank AM, so we don't even know. We can still, if it says AM, I guess we could still assume it's at night or the morning, but I don't know. That's funny. It says I don't know what day it is. Didn't it just tell you what day it is? I don't know if I'm riding or dreaming I'm riding. The stars have begun to rearrange themselves. It's subtle, but I know the sky. I've lived with it longer than I've lived with any human being. The constellations are bending, shifting, not moving through space, but changing orientation. like they're being viewed from a different direction, a direction we don't have. I verified with archived footage stars that were parallel now intersect. Points of light I could once triangulate now resist measurement. The sky is not dome anymore, it's a lens. And the eye behind the belt is adjusting the focus. I no longer need the telescope. When I close my eyes, I see the shape more clearly than through any instrument. It's in my mind like an after image burned into the retinas that don't belong to me. Sometimes I think I'm just a reflective surface, that I didn't discover it, I remembered it, that it was always there, being thought. It was always there, behind thought, behind language. It was patient. I made the mistake of giving it form, letting my attention settle on it. That was the crack it needed. It doesn't knock on the door, it grows behind it. Last night, I awoke to find a spiral sketched on my own forearm in ink, my hands trembling. The waveform pattern scrawled across the floor in ash from burnt notebook pages. I don't remember doing it, but I can't deny it was mine. My body is changing. I don't mean physically, not yet, but my perception. Smells have angles. Sounds come from inside my skin. There are thoughts in my head I don't remember thinking, but they speak in my voice. The eye is not a god, it's a remnant. I know that, okay, so pause here real quick. I mean, this is clearly a very, ethereal, interesting, kind of like sci-fi cosmic horror, right? And it's fun. I'm having fun with it, but I'm also, I'm finding it a little, I don't know, maybe it's almost too formulaic when it keeps going into these sentences. I like that now he's calling it the Eye, because at least that's a name, right? It's the Eye. But the whole, the thing is not this, it's a this. Now, by this point in the story, it's I've heard that so much. It's I would kind of like him to just start saying what he thinks it is and not say what it isn't. I think at certain parts in the story, it's probably okay to do that. But just that repetition, and maybe it can only be described by negatives and stuff, because it's this weird thing, sort of thing. But yeah, so I don't know, that's just where I'm kind of at right now, is that sentence structure of it's not a blank, it's a blank. I'm just kind of getting it's kind of grating on me a bit, I'll be honest, but it still is an interesting idea, and I'm curious to see what happens to Liam and our narrator. Hold on though. My better half's home, so
the film grain look. It's just one of those, you get so bought in with the investigator, who's also just getting so pissed because everyone is so fucking kooky. They're all just I don't know, you crazy son of a bitch. And he's like, what? He's like, I am a man of the law. You have to respect me. And then for it to it has just such a haunting ending of just so good. I mean, everyone knows the ending of him getting burned or whatever in the statue, but if you've never seen the 1973 version, because I know a lot of people too were icked out by they're ugh, it's so old. It's this movie's great.
Grow up. Become an adult. Shut up. I don't care. You're weak. Your lineage will be lost. The worms will forget about you.
Yeah, what he said. Moving on to day 25, because I like to watch Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which is, in my opinion, it's the best Nightmare on Elm Street. I love it. Nightmare on Elm Street 2, I like it more than Dream Warrior and all that bullshit.
Whoa,
Give me Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2. It's Freddy. He's dipping into a little bit more comical. I mean, like, by the third one,
you like it more than the first one?
Cowabunga, bitch. Yeah, I like it more than the first one. He's more realized in the second one. Okay. Also, I like the characters more, like the interesting dynamic of the guy, and like, I don't know. I know that Red Letter Media had this great video talking about it and how it feels like it's also it's a movie about like gay identity. It's like a queer movie, and it's funny to hear the writer talk about it because he's like, oh, I had no idea. I was just writing a movie. And the way people translated it, Freddy is... He gets more comical. They give him more of that screen time, but he's still nefarious. He hasn't gone totally schlock, which, don't get me wrong, I love schlocky, like, we'll see, bitch, whatever kind of the kind of comical version we get of him. But it's just, I love Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, and I also like Friday the 13th Part 2. That's my favorite one. For some reason, the Part 2s are my favorite, because also Jason without the hockey mask, and it's just a fucking potato sack with one eye hole. So
yeah,
much
I
fun.
do agree that he looks terrifying in the second one, much more so than like later renditions.
It's fucking horrifying.
The mask is far. The potato sack is far scarier to me than the hockey mask. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, don't be wrong. The hockey mask is iconic.
Sure,
I love it. But like crazy redneck in the woods, and you're just like, oh yeah, you remember how it was his mom? Yeah, no, that's actually him now, and he's actually just been like hiding in the mountains, and he's here to kill you.
Yeah, and it also sets up every Friday the 13th film that comes afterwards. Like
they're all the same movies, but this one is definitely like.
I'm back. Let's get into the eye is not a god, it's a remnant. A leftover from before things had edges. It doesn't want worship, it wants re-entry into here, into us. If you're reading this, stop now. Seal the dome, burn the recordings, don't finish the diagram, don't map the waveform, don't look where I looked. I'm not a man anymore, I'm a vessel. I am being rewritten. And the eye is not opening, the eye is waking up, too late. I don't remember falling asleep. When I woke, my journal was open beside me, pages filled with handwriting I don't recognize, curved and jagged at once, like it was written by a hand made of wire. The words sloped in on themselves, a spiral of sentences, beginning and ending in the same place. I tried to tear the page out, but my fingers shook. The ink was still wet. Some of it had soaked through and marked the sheets. The same word over and over again. Unreadable, but familiar. I stepped outside to breathe. The desert was deathly still. No birds, no insect, no sound but the wind whispering across sand. When I looked up at the night sky, Orion wasn't where it should have been. I checked my phone, still dead, grabbed a compass, spun in slow, lazy circles like it had given up. I ran back into the dome, flipped through Liam's final entries, looking for something, a way to stop this, to reverse the pull, and that's when I saw it, one page torn violently from the notebook, into the back of the telescope with a rusted nail. You can't close a door that isn't open, you can only refuse to walk through. But I had already looked. I had stared through the lens for too long, just a glimpse, but it was enough. Now every time I blink, I see it, black behind the stars. Not an object, not a shape, a lack. The universe folds inward at that point, like paper pinched by fingers far too large to see. Last night, I heard a noise coming from the telescope itself, a low hum that resolved into a wordless thought inside my skull. Not a sound, not a language, more like recognition. It knows me now. Whatever it is, whatever Liam found, it doesn't need telescopes anymore. It just needed someone to open their mind wide enough to let it look back. I've begun drawing the waveform again, not consciously, not purposely. It just appears in my notes, dreams. My notes just appears in my notes. It just appears in my notes, in my dreams, even traced in the condensation of my breath on the glass. I'm afraid to sleep. I'm afraid to think. But the worst part, I'm no longer afraid to look. The last transmission. It happened last night. I set the recorder down, pressed the red button, and began to speak. I don't remember what I said, but the tape does. When I played it back this morning, my voice was calm, eerily so. I spoke as though reading a script etched into my ribs. I talked about the waveform, about the folds between dimensions of comprehension, about the liminal mass behind the stars. And then I said something I don't remember learning. It does not devour, it subtracts. It is the remainder that results when awareness is removed from matter. The dark between digits. You are not looking at it, you are looking through it. The recording ends with a sound, a wet, organic shift, like muscle tightening underwater, like an eyelid twitching in a dream. That was when I knew. There's no going home, not because I'm trapped here, but because home no longer exists as a concept in my mind. It's a word I can say, but not feel, like childhood, like safety. The eye is with me now, not behind Orion, not behind anything. It's here, inside me. Liam's final message, undated, unbound page. Liam Mercer, voiceover fragment found in a crushed tape cassette. If it's reached you, I'm sorry. I tried to trap it in the tension of a single mind, but attention. Attention is a door, and doors don't lock from one side. I think the universe was born from it, not from matter or light, but from its boredom, from its forgetting. This place, this space, this you, all a momentary distraction. And now it remembers it was alone. It wants to be alone again. Pause. Don't share this recording. Don't archive this. Don't look at the stars. Don't remember me. Close your eyes and keep them closed. My final note. This is the last page I'll write. Not because I'm done, but because the writing is starting to write me. The waveform appears in my fingernails. My reflection blinks when I don't. The eye is not something you witness. It's a pattern of understanding you can't unsee. like an infection of perspective. It's not too late for me. It's not too late the moment I opened that first journal. It was never about seeing the stars. It's about being seen by what's behind them. They'll find this place eventually. Someone always does. A new relative, a student, a wanderer, maybe you reading this now. Please, don't look. Don't look behind the belt. Don't trace the waveform. Don't turn the page. Let it sleep. If it even sleeps at all. Static. The observatory is silent. The telescope slowly realigns itself, pointing, always, to the same fixed position behind Orion, no matter how often it's moved. The journals remain untouched. The black box recorder ticks once, then stops. Outside, the desert wind carries dust across the sand, and above, stars continue their slow, cold drift. Somewhere beyond them, something vast adjusts its attention and opens its eye. Yeah, definitely creepy, like I would say like dimensional, liminal, cosmic horror. And yeah, it's fun, and it's a fun like perspective virus sort of thing. I've read a few other stories like this in which they seem to be like, you know, the sound, I tasted the sound, or like whatever, stuff like that. So it's like, there's been a few other stories where they've like, I've read where it's like, they hear something and it's, yeah, it's kind of like a virus of perception, like it says, you know, and it's also, you know, that's something that, like, in this story, it's like once it's witnessed, it can't be unseen, you know. It's like knowledge in that way. It's like you can't unlearn, we can't unmake the atomic bomb, we can't unlearn. And so, you know, obviously the story is, you know, maybe not a commentary on that, but it's you know, whatever, it's using that element in horror, and it's effective, it's fun. I think probably like the best part of the story for me is that whole like, well, you're gonna go see what's at the observatory, right? Like, well, we get this key from this isolated, or from this long lost family member. It's like, we're gonna want to see what it opens. And so it's always like, it's the idea that mankind will always like pull back the curtain and will always look on the thing that shouldn't be looked at. And so that in and of itself is very frightening and haunting. And, you know, the story does a good job of like portraying that in kind of real time and with the logs and stuff like that. But also with me, you know, maybe I'm kind of like a basic bitch, or maybe I'm just kind of like a loser in this way. It's like, I do kind of want there to be like some sort of a monster at some point, or I wanted the void to like whether it's like a static monster, or whether it's like it's like how Liam's like, I felt physically changed. Like, all we know is that Liam died, but we don't, you know, it says he tried to trap it in his mind, but then at the same time, it's like, we know it like didn't work. We know this thing got sent out. And so it's like, you know, I kind of maybe would have liked to have had some account of like how did it not work, or how did it like fully engulf him, or trick Liam into thinking that, oh well, if you just are the only one who knows about me and then you die, then everything will be fine. And then it turns out that like, well, that's not true, or whatever, yeah, I think that I would have liked to have seen kind of what it went haywire in that regard. I think it was a lot of like these ethereal, like philosophical lines about it's this and not that, it's not this and it's this, and it's a shape but it's without form, it's a sound without noise, it's and I get it. At a certain point I'm like, I get it. It's this unknowable Lovecraftian perspective of virus that you can't unlearn or unknow, and so once it kind of sets its hooks in you, then you're kind of fucked. And so yeah, I guess I could have stood if we maybe got like a video where our main character described like, this is what's happening to Liam on the video. I'm seeing him. It says how he starts to see the spiral at the end. Maybe he could be like bending himself into a spiral where he's like is becoming the thing. Or maybe it could be like some sort of horrific scene where he's like melting into sound and shadow all at once, and because it's just a video of this happening, it's like parts of it are glitching out, and part of the perspectives like being shifted and changed, like it said, like it did out that thing with the stars. I thought that part was kind of cool too, how it's like certain stars are now behind other stars, and whatever. I was like, if we could see some sort of physical, rather than just a physical representation of the sound, like, because we got that, how the thing wigged out, but I'm like, if we could have seen a scene where what that looks like for like a person to go through or to like be sucked into would be maybe kind of cool. I don't know, but I think that is where the story could have reached maybe a bit more of a climax, where like it would just be a chance to do some more weird stuff, and like maybe show a body like being turned into nothing, but also like losing all its form, like all its atoms and molecules are just completely spreading out and coming apart, but then also like forming this spiral, and just something like that, and not just like a Thanos snap where it like disappears. I'm not saying like that, but something maybe a little bit more grotesque and slower, where we get, and along with the logs and stuff, we get this description of what the videotape actually looks like. I think, I don't know, I think could have been cool, and I think for me it would have made the story maybe hit a little bit harder if because like I said, it was a lot of just both these characters are just kind of going crazy, Liam and our narrator, and they're like, I'm starting to understand, but I don't understand, and they're just kind of talking about that feeling a lot. And while that's interesting, I'm like, it's much more interesting to me if because we got like the audio representations, we got the physical representations of what it looks like in the sky or whatever, but then to see that happen to Liam and then feel our narrator kind of come to terms that too is what's going to happen to him, and from there it's going to go to other people. Like, I think that could have been, I don't know, maybe just had more of a payoff in the story. But it's not that I don't like the story, it's more that I it was very, you know, liminal and philosophical, and I like a story that has like I don't even know if substance is the right word, but like, you know, I like a story that has like more characters and stuff anyways, but like, to me, the part of the story that even worked the best is like getting this key and this note and this creepy observatory, and with the note being this ominous thing that tells you this stuff. I'm like, all that stuff was like good imagery, and it took me somewhere and it made me feel it. But then when you're just talking about this form in the space that's undefinable and so ethereal, it's just easy for me to be like, okay, I get it. But then the rest of the story just keeps describing different versions of that as both the people slowly lose their minds, and descents into madness are fun, don't get me wrong. But like, if more physical things were happened and less them just trying to describe this undescribable thing, I think it would have kept the story a little bit more grounded, and I would have just been maybe a little bit more haunted, or maybe a little bit more scared. Or like, even the part where he's like walking out to his truck, like maybe if there's more ways that it shows our narrator trying to escape this virus, this hell that he's being sucked into, maybe we could see that, and that would be fun too. But yeah, those are just some thoughts. But it's a cool concept, and it's this kind of synesthesic virus where you're sucked into, and your senses are all warped and mixed together, and nothing makes sense, but everything makes sense, sort of thing. You know, interesting concept. I get what it's trying to do. I think there are some parts where it could have been a little bit more grounded, or been described in some more tangible ways. Yeah, I think that's the issue that I have with the story, is that it felt like it wasn't, not enough of it was tangible, like things happening, very philosophical. But that's fine, and I'm sure to some people that's really cool, and for other like people that are maybe more science brained, maybe they're like, the implications of this are really cool because this is several things that it could be. And like with the whole black hole thing that I said earlier on, they're like, maybe these are why it is or isn't, or maybe it's like two black holes that are eating each other and it has this effect, and this is why it created the universe, but then also wants to exit the universe, or whatever the fuck, you know, all the different things that the eye wants in the story. But fun to contemplate for sure. Alright, so this is a short one from Castaway. Just a quick little 3-paragraph story. Let's get into it. It's called March. Every day is a battle. Every battle I win lets me continue the war. A war that is an endless march towards death. A war is never ending. My feet tire, my life fleeting. But this war is beautiful. I feel like I read another story where, sorry, I had to stop for a second because I was like, have I read this story? I read another story called like Tanks or something that is giving me very similar vibes to this. I don't know if it's this. I don't know. I'll have to keep reading, but this war is beautiful. The sky is shattered with ammunition, fireworks on canvas of orange. Fireworks on a canvas of orange from the descending sun. The moon shows less of the world to The moon shows less of the world to relieve the mind from the horrors. Every person I meet is a carried memory, every memory a victory. My mind is a vault, keeping a lost soul saved from the tournament. Is that supposed to be torment, or is that tournament? Okay. Every person I meet is a carried memory, every memory a victory. My mind is a vault, keeping lost souls saved from the tournament. Relief is but momentary. I am starving for it. No matter how much you consume, you will always become hungry again. So I have to continue marching, one foot before the other, one breath at a time, one blink after another. But well, what else am I to do? We all march after all. I stand at the edge, looking down at the waves that creep upon the rocky base of the cliff. They were perfect, and I never felt like that for anyone else. They were perfect. I never wanted anything else. They were perfect, but I am not. The wind blows a gentle kiss of salt across my face. Why did I have to slip? The mask that I wear, the disguise that hides the monster that I am. The mask I took so long to carve with nothing but my bare hands. It was so sudden, but they still loved me. So why did I have to do that? My own insecurity took that perfect flower and plucked it. Plucked flower will wither, and they did. Now they lay before me, high above the water. I saw them frequently on the trail. I didn't see many humans, such a rarity. When I did see humans, I devoured them rather quickly. But this one was beautiful, so I began to mold myself to be closer in appearance. I knew only a few words from the ones that pleaded with me before. I knew the first thing to say before meeting someone was, "Hello?" So I waited on the trail until they came around the bend. They were as amazing as always. We greeted each other, and they were very worried to see someone else on the trail. But I made sure to be friendly. We did this dance for a month. They said I was so shy when we first talked that in reality was me learning more of the language. We had a date. It was my first time being in town. Such strange things I saw and still don't understand. The date went well, and they invited me into their den. We watched the TV and lay on the couch. Then it became complicated, and they took their clothes off. I didn't know they could do that. In the form I am in, I can't do that. So when I took my skin off to please them, they screamed. Screams were always what made me want. Screams were always what made me lose my mind. When they did that, it was instinct to rip their throat out. I couldn't bring myself to eat them. Instead, I brought them to the most beautiful cliff I know. They shall rest peacefully below the water. I now know that I can find more pretty people in town, so I will march on. What else am I doing? Interesting. So, I mean, this first paragraph is kind of, I don't know, it's kind of meant to lull us into the sense of the, like, you know, I am a soldier and every victory is a memory and I'll carry the memories on, and the lost soul saved from the tournament, and relief is but I'm starving for it. No matter how much you consume, you'll always become hungry again, so I have to continue marching. I mean, that's really the only line to where I was kind of like, well, that doesn't necessarily sound like a soldier, but I was also like not ready. Like, part of me was like, maybe it's an alien and maybe they're talking about like their war and stuff like that, and fireworks on a canvas of orange from the descending sun and like the moon. And so I was thinking like maybe this is their life of like whatever, consuming the human species to save their species or something, you know, I don't know. But the first part really didn't give me that like sense much at all. I was kind of just like, yeah, this is a soldier marching on. And then it's really in the second and third paragraph that we actually get like a story that unfolds, and I kind of like it. You know, I kind of like this idea of this disguised monster, skin changer alien. Maybe it's an alien in like a skin suit sort of thing, and it says hello, and then it's like, oh, you were so shy when we first met. We go on this date, and you know, I rip out your throat, and I throw you off the cliff, so you can rest in the water, and I will find more beautiful people, and I will march on. And I think stories this short do have to do something like this, where they're like, you thought maybe this was this, but really it's this sort of thing. Like that, all the really short stories I've read kind of have a similar sense. Or even like with the Hemingway story, like, you know, baby shoes for sale, never worn. Even with that, like, it's kind of like the whole idea there is that it's just, oh, it's an ad, like, you know, it's an ad, and so all you're really supposed to think is, oh, this is an ad. But then, or not you're supposed to think, that's like, you know, that's like the surface level thing is like, oh, well, it's just an ad for somebody selling baby shoes. But then when you think about it, there's a whole story behind that. Baby shoes never worn, baby died, maybe a child died in birth, maybe a mother died too. So obviously it carries so much more weight because of the implication of the story. It's not so much the story itself, it's the implication of the story that is the story, right? And so similar to that, you know, this story does that a little bit too, where at first it sounds maybe like a soldier just lamenting about how he needs to march on, and he needs to keep going, and he needs to cherish like every person, because every person is a memory, and every memory he can carry. And then by the end we're like, okay, well, maybe this is, I mean, it definitely does seem like a creature, but it's like also could be like a serial killer type thing, where it's like, yeah, and this is maybe the way he views his life, or they view their goal of devouring people is, you know, in their mind, it's how they save them, how they make them immortal, or how they literally consume them, and because of that they, you know, blah blah blah, they cherish their beauty, whatever the fuck it might be. And that's fun, and that's a fun twist. And I was kind of worried at the beginning that it was going to kind of stay, that we weren't really going to get a story out of it, but we did, and so I liked it. I thought it hit itself well. It kind of covered its tracks well. And then by the end, it had that, what's that called? Like that about face moment, or that, like, whatever, where the light bulb clicked on for me. Oh yeah, I did. If this was yours, Jacob, I did enjoy it. It had that about face, right, where you start to understand that, like, oh, this isn't like a soldier talking about marching, or like, I must continue on for my cause, which is surely justified and true. Really, by the end, that it's like, no, I need to march on because I need to feed. And what did it say? It said something about like the beauty, but this one was beautiful. I began to mold my ones that plead with, yeah. And so it's like, it has to do with, you know, they screamed all it, so I ripped their throat out. I couldn't bring myself to eat them. Instead, I brought them to the most beautiful cliff I know of. They shall rest peacefully below the water. So at the end, you know, like this whole idea of like seeking people out, because every person's a memory that you're gonna cherish. Like, that is true to them, but they're like, by seeking people out, they're, you know, killing them, and they're cherishing their memory, you know. It has that dark undertone where it's like, really any sort of positive thing that you could say can kind of have this dark double meaning and this dark undertone. And that's what's fun with a story like this, is to kind of read it through and go, oh shit, and then to kind of go back and even read the beginning again, and then see with what you know at the end, you know, how it fits in, and what everything means, and the new kind of tones and ambiance that things can have, you know, the double meanings, or hidden meanings. It's fun. This is something maybe, you know, I'm just now realizing, but it seems like most stories that are this short, they kind of have to do something like this, where they're like, what you think this is, it's actually something much more, something much different. And maybe that's true of like horror too, that horror kind of has to have this little bit of a twist, or this like unexpected nature to it. But I think especially with stories this short that are effective, which this one definitely is, yeah, it has to have that sort of that twist that makes it fun, that makes you go, well, every line that I was just taking at face value, I now have to examine with a deeper microscope and understanding. And yeah, it does seem like fun. And I would actually encourage all of my, well, I'm currently writing a 15-part novella or novel, or I have, you know, multiple stories that are all 7 parts on No Sleep or on creepcast.com. I would actually encourage a lot of those writers that do a lot, that write a lot of material, try writing a story like this, because I think that you will actually find it won't be as easy as you think it is to find a way to get people invested, and if not trick the reader, to find that way to make there be a twist, or to intrigue them with just a short story like this. Because anyone could write I'll be honest, anyone can write a 3-paragraph story that's just silly, or that's just like, I had sex with a Wendigoon, or I had sex with a meat creature, which I've seen a bunch of those already on the Creepcast subreddit. I think there was even one that got like upvoted as like one of the best fan-made stories, which kind of pissed me off because it's not a serious, like, it is funny, don't get me wrong, it has comedic beats in it, and I can see why on Reddit especially people would be like, this story's awesome, but it wasn't a story in earnest. It was literally just a person being like, the mimic followed me at the arcade, and then I realized how hot it was, you know, and shit like that. And it's like, but too bad it wouldn't milk me, or it wouldn't let me milk it, and all this shit like that. And it's cringy, it's funny, whatever. It's very online coded and internet horror coded. But to actually write a short story, like a very short, I'm saying like, you know, no more than like 5 paragraphs or so, like I don't know how many hundred, maybe like a few hundred words this is, like, you know, maybe this is like less than, I don't know how many words it is, but to write a story like that and make it captivating and hide something from the reader and then reveal it to them all in the course, I think you would be surprised how difficult it is. So kudos to you, Jacob. But I'm just talking to the other writers now that like to write these really big multi-part stories. I'm like, maybe give this a try, because yeah, it's because perfectly said, Jacob. But Jacob says, I think it's because even with the short story like this, you still have to put some passion into it. Obviously, longer stories are going to have more passion. And yeah, I wouldn't even say, you know, like yes, typically, right? Like typically, you know, the longer a work, or if you go on writing short stories, and then all of a sudden you're like, I'm gonna do a full-length novel. Like, yes, you're gonna put more into that as a writer, and as a, you know, it's more work, right? So you're gonna want it to have more to it, and you're gonna want it to be better and have more twists and turns or whatever. You know, that's a very natural thing to do. But I also think that as like a writer, it can actually help people be able to find like brevity and find the points they want to get across if they practice writing some shorter, in a shorter format like this, because some stories only need to be this long, you know what I mean, but are actually made much longer with unmeaningful details and characters that don't really matter, and just there's things that like that, right? Whereas this story has no fat on it, but at the same time, it's not like one of these no sleep stories where it's like, you know, my girlfriend turned into a zombie. It was fucking horrible. You know what I mean? It's not no fat like that. Like it has literary merit, this story does, but it also has it's a quick little fun trick on the reader where we can read the story and then go back through and go, a plucked flower will wither, and they did. Oh, okay. You know, at that point we're already getting into the, oh, this thing or this person kills people, but like relief is but momentary. I am starving for it. And it's like, at first I thought this was a soldier talking about like starving for like relief from war, you know, for like a respite from war. But then it's like, you know, but then as you go on, you're like, oh no, they're talking about like starving for, killing kind of thing. So yeah, I don't know, very fun, very thought-provoking, very interesting. Yeah, I think, and this is just my opinion, I think a lot of writers could benefit from trying to from seeing this story, reading through it, and trying to do their version of something similar. I think it's a good would be a good exercise for them to try. And this story to me is super effective, tricked me totally, it totally it had a good twist for me, tricked me, and then also was just creepy, because that's what's fun is like at first I like felt bad for this person, right? Like I was like, oh yeah, like every day is a battle, like, and I was like, maybe they're just somebody with depression, or maybe they're a soldier, we don't know. But I was feeling bad for them, and I was like, maybe this person suffers from like mental illness, maybe that's what this story is about, and so genuinely, like, I had all these other ways I was perceiving it, and then when we get to the end, it's like, oh no, this person's fucking horrible. If they are in fact a person. I don't really think they are. I think they're kind of like a creature, but and that's really fun that just a short 3-paragraph story can take me to all those places where I can be like, oh, are they struggling with this? Are they, blah, 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 that? And it's fun your mind can kind of run off in 100 different directions. And then you can, by the end, go like, oh no, fuck this person, or fuck, this is a creature that tries to find beautiful people to throw them off of a cliff or rip out their throats. Like, this is a monster. And if not like a serial killer figurative monster, then it's an actual fucking monster that changes people's skin and takes off its skin and has the thing underneath that makes people scream, you know what I mean? And that's really cool. That's badass, super fun. And ultimately, like people say with stories and stuff, it's like, if it can be short and get, like, anybody can write, or not anybody, but sorry, plenty of people have written novels or books or whatever that are memorable or that are good or that sell copies, you know what I mean? But to write something brief and short that's captivating and fun, and something that you could hand to a friend and say, oh, read this, check it out, tell me what you think, and then by the end they're like, dude, who the fuck wrote this, or what the fuck is it, you know what I mean? Like sort of a way to, like, have a laugh or like trick somebody and be like, this is a story I'm writing about, like, self-determination, and I'm not saying like plagiarize it and tell people you wrote it, that's not what I'm saying at all, but I could imagine you, Jacob, giving this to your friends and being like, what do you think about this? And then by the end they're like, what the fuck, and that's fun. That's ultimately super fun, Sorry, I just want to see how long this last story I have is for, because yeah, I do want to go eat some Taco Bell. I have some Taco Bell that got here that's getting cold, so yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream there. And thank you so much to Jacob for sticking with me for the whole stream. And thank you so much to everyone else who stopped by. Next stream, I'm gonna start with Tour of the Dead from the Edge of the Page. So I'm sorry I didn't get to yours today, Edge of the Page. It's first on the list for next time. I look forward to it. I love the name. I think it's a good title. Tour for the Dead sounds fun. I really look forward to it. But yeah, at this point, I just want to, I'm hungry and I want to go eat my Taco Bell. So I appreciate everybody who submitted, and I will see you guys next time. Hopefully soon. I'm gonna try for October, particularly because it's the spooky season. I'm gonna try to see if I can't stream a little bit more, but we'll see. No promises.